100 casino spins on a feature game. Just sign up with code Joey Slots, JOEYSLOTS. Again, JOEYSLOTS. And wager a minimum of a $5, 5 pesos, and receive 500 casino spins on a featured casino game. Who's better than you? Nobody. DraftKings, only the most rewarding place to play. DraftKings Casino, where the crown is yours. You walking in there with a cigar, taking your Johnny Bananas, and it's you in your living room. You know what I'm saying? That's where your mind goes. DraftKings Casino.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 and over. Physically present in Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia only. Void in Connecticut and Ontario. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins valid for feature game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 4/27/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, Uncle Joey here again. This episode is also brought to you by the best nicotine pouches out there. Nicked. They use the best ingredients and give you the best experience. These pouches are made with natural coconut fibers that won't cut up your gums. They have a bunch of different flavors and different strengths, so you can mix and match. These two are my favorite right here. Strawberry watermelon is tremendous. And lemon twist, I can't see without my glasses. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all their flavors are delicious. These two are my favorites. Check this out. Nick is launching a new 0 milligram option soon, helping you gradually reduce your nicotine usage at your own pace. Whether you're trying to kick chewing tobacco, traditional smoking products, or vape, Nick flavors just hit right. Listen, it's time to upgrade to Nick nicotine pouches, just like I did. Right now, church listeners, you're going to get 35% off when you order through our exclusive link at nykbpouches.com/church, CHURCH. And you can use this code up to 3 times. Who's better than Uncle Joey? Nobody. So don't wait. Get 35% off right now on nykbpouches.com/church and check out the new church bundle with some of Uncle Joey's favorite flavors. That's nykbpouches.com/church, nickpouches.com/church. Nick products are only for adults of legal age, so you're too young, take a hike, go drink a cup of tea. And every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical, okay? Uncle Joey loves you. Thank you for supporting our show, and thank you guys at home for watching. All right, we're back, Jack. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, wherever the fuck you are. Anyway, my man's still here. Myron, I want to ask him some questions about the Mexicans. Before I ask you a question, Myron, just to be honest with you, I'm a big book fan. And there's nothing I hate more than reading a book and 6 years later finding out they turned the book into a movie, and you go there with your dick hard, and it's completely different from what you read. Yeah. All of a sudden there's a sister involved, and she's dating a midget in the basement, and for sure, like, where the fuck did I come from? There's only 2 books I stand behind. Silence of the Lambs, right? It's just the way it is on book, as it is in the movie. And there's another one. God damn it, it was just Sleepers. Oh, Sleepers. I didn't see that. I did Silence of the Lambs. Sleepers. But those 2 books, everything else I watch, I know where I just came from. I know people's story, and next thing you know, they rewrite it. You're fucking pissed. But they throw you another million to shut your fucking mouth, of course, because if not, you're not going to have a dick, okay? You told that little mistress you want to be in Hawaii, the fireworks, and the pineapple. That's over. That's over. So now you okay, had my sister that make my mother black. It doesn't make a difference anymore. And that's it. And you don't know it until he goes on a show 15 years from now and So did you know my mother was white? They wanted me to do that for the script, okay? So when I watch Narcos and shit, right, I know it's 50-60, 40-60, I'm sorry. It's 40% correct and 60% made up for your imagination. Right. You know, I understand too. But when I first saw the first season of Narcos,
Was that Pablo?
yeah, I dove in to read it. I didn't watch the other stupid shit on Netflix. There's 82 shows. Netflix should just be the Pablo station. Look at it. Look at it.
To be honest with you, I watched all 82.
No, you didn't. Just horrible.
Recently, yeah.
Horrible.
You can tell I live a fucking boring life.
No, man, but no, I'm into that shit. Yeah. It's just the same fucking Puerto Ricans over and over.
Yeah, it's hard to follow it too, man.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, the best two that I recommend is I love Narcos until the last season. He shifted over to the Godfather of Harlem and shifted back completely. They just got a bunch of fucking people jumping up and down. The last season is god awful. God awful. Because I'm telling you, as a fucking fan, you know what happened.
It's Peter's out, man. You know what I mean? After a while. I mean, it's
Peter's out. The writers get deals somewhere else. Yeah. So now it's me, you, and him. We wrote it. We wrote the first 9 episodes with Pablo, and we got fucking 9 more in the can. They're gonna sign us up. All of a sudden, you gotta weird fuck up your ass. I want to be one of those fucking Lifetime shows. Really, we just fucking wrote something tremendous. And then doubled my pay, and I got 3 kids in college. But there goes the original Jackson 5. Now we bring in 2 other guys. They don't know what the fuck. They just came from a fucking soap opera. Yeah. You're trying to write about people getting mugged, the gangsters, Please.
Yes.
It'll be all right. You want to help us out?
I do.
It's good. You want some good
stuff? I got a little step on them.
Okay. So I read about it. I really read about it. And the other show I really like is Hota Hota.
I never
have you ever seen that show?
What's it called?
Hota Hota.
No, but I saw, you know which one? If you're talking about drugs, what I'm here for, the drugs, but the Griselda was pretty good.
Yeah, Griselda Blanco.
Yeah, Griselda. You know what, that's actually they locked her up at the end.
Wasn't that guy from Miami?
But that was also tremendous bullshit. First of all, the show was going to be real. You had to get somebody look like me to play Griselda.
Well, you know what?
That woman was ugly as dog shit.
No shit, man. You're right. I mean, in real life,
that was terrible. I love that girl. I love her. Don't get me wrong. I love all her work. But that fucked up nose, she was like a Pink Panther when he played the fucking Italian guy.
Because in real life, she was a dog, but
You did her. Yeah. You did her with a blindfold on, dog. You're crazy.
But she had strength, man. She was legit. I mean, to be honest with you, they really were scared of her. She ran a fucking great organization. I mean, I wasn't around for those cases because the DEA again did that. I know they picked her up at the end, but they were looking at her. She was doing shit in the Bronx, but she was legit. She made a lot of money. I mean, that's when, like you said, when the times were roaring in the 80s with Miami, that's when everything came out with Miami Vice, the Go Fast boats. You know what I mean? They were dropping them in the water. I mean, there was so much money to be made.
There's only 2 changes that I ever saw that were dramatic. Mm-hmm. Before I get into it, there's 2 changes. You came from Woodbridge. So you saw changes when you were in high school. And especially if you went outside of Woodbridge. You were raised fucking neighbor, right, with your wife. So we saw. And all I remember is this. We were spending $4 a night. You could do a hit of acid, split a hit of acid, get a 6-pack of Nick's or whatever, and Nick's that's a pizza joint. The liquor store on the corner and stuff like that. And then, okay, everybody got cooler. We started eating Quaaludes. Now your night went from $4 to $4. And you drank two drinks if somebody served you, and you were good to go. Then out of nowhere, people started going, come here, come to the bathroom, try this coke. And you're like, I'm over here, Joe Mary's on Virgo, what am I, this ain't no discotheque. And you started, and all of a sudden everybody was cool. Everybody was doing a package between 4 people. Nobody was ODing, nobody was jumping up and down. At 2 o'clock, people were like, good night, good night. There was no drama. I leave for Colorado, I come back, Oh my fucking God. People went from going home at 2 to going home the next day.
Yeah.
Like people started going out on Friday nights and not going home till Sunday afternoon at 5. Just in time for mom and me both. Like nothing happened. What's up, man? Where you been? Oh, I gotta tell you what happened. Man, went to a concert. Man, why would think I had to? It was always something. And then it just went people going out on Mondays and staying out till Thursday. And all those Avenue hotels. My friends would rent 4 fucking rooms, right? From one side to the other. The head was a jacuzzi room. And they would just go in there for money. To work for this shit. Yeah. When I left here, you had to really look for cocaine. Yeah. You got to go into the city. You had to know a cousin in Union City. Something. When I came back, just on 82nd Street, there were street code dealers there. All you had to do is walk on to Smith Avenue. Hey, did I tell you I got some coke? These are movies for me. You're like, oh, you went to Catholic school. You knew you was a kid. You never even had a beer. Now you're dealing coke. So the explosion.
Oh yeah, you know, it's a money game. All of it. It all goes. It's all cyclical. Look how long. I mean, Coke is making a comeback. You know what I mean? And crap. Never went away. Yeah. No, I know.
They never went away.
No, I know.
Come back.
Everybody, come on. All these kids with the fentanyl and the heroin and stuff like that. I mean, that's been big, and that's why we're losing. You know, all these kids. Really, the fentanyl. You know, which you know, it's a shame because some of these kids might try it one time and they're just unlucky, and you know. You get a couple of little pieces of fentanyl on you, and you know if it's a bad type, you're gonna die. And we changed all our rules too with the fentanyl. Once I left and stuff, we had a whole new lab area where if you did think that you got something related to it, you'd have to have special gloves, a special room, you know, all kind of special filtration systems in there. So the game has changed. But it's horrible how these young kids today in their 20s. You know, even older people, you know, are still doing this stuff, and it's sad. It really is truly sad because life is precious.
Larry, it's never fucking changed.
Yeah.
Since 1980.
Yeah.
This has been a revolving door. I'm very fortunate to still be here.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed going over to Harlem. I enjoyed it. It was just something. It was who I was for a long time. But listen, when we were growing up, people were dying. Yeah. You know, they were fucking going into the city, whatever. And now, I wouldn't try anything out in the street. Not even. But when I left California, you could already tell there was an issue in the economy. Marijuana dispensary. When you ate this guy's cookies, you didn't get high. You saw fucking Pluto. And for me to see Pluto, there's got to be something with that cookie. I let you. They never eat one of them cookies now. No, oh. I ate one of those cookies on a flight to Pittsburgh. My leg wouldn't stop twitching. I was sweating profusely in my leg. It was horrible. I didn't fuck that up. And what I'm saying to you is that they put medical out of Mexico. Yeah, because you could. God bless New Jersey. A lot of people are going to hate me for this. Because I came here and I was withdrawn on Xanax. And I thought I was going to walk into a doctor and go, hey, let me get a script that night.
Now, they don't prescribe that shit.
We don't give you that shit at all. You know, then I had the knee surgery. And it was tough to get pain. Like, tough. Like, come on, man. Well, we don't know. We got to contact the doctor. And he's got to contact CVS. And CVS has to call DC and see if you're on the list. And you're like, what the fuck? And then somebody told me that next time get surgery and go to Staten Island because they just go nuts out there. Yeah. They don't give you 28 pills, they give you 90 still.
Yeah, we had a group that actually just dealt with that. It was called a diversion group. So if you get a script, that third copy, I believe it's pink, you know, that goes to the DEA, and they can tell by, like, and not that I did, I wasn't in this group, but, you know, the pharmacists, the doctors, they were locking them up left and right because, and the pharmacists, they were getting like $500,000 cash out of their fucking apartments because that's how lucrative the business was with you know, like you said, whether it be oxys, whether it be Xanax, or Dilaudid, you know, all these things. So it's a big business.
Well, I saw some documentaries that like people who got addicted to the pills would switch to heroin because it was cheaper.
Well, yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it is cheaper. It is.
That heroin is cheaper than the pill.
Of course.
I don't know if we did heroin. When did we do heroin?
Well, I got the date at the
I
episode.
can't see it doing that.
No, I think that's too much you would think. But
Just this little marijuana juice.
let me ask you this, because I just moved to New York in September, and I had one guy ask me if I wanted party supplies, but other than that, that's it.
What, like paper plates and fucking
Who knows? But like, how much on a daily basis? How much shit is going on in like plain sight in New York?
I mean, it doesn't even have to be New York. It's all over. I mean, like you said, I mean, even with the marijuana, the dispensaries, I mean, I got places in town where I live. You go in there and get what you want. The other stuff, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't been in a big city since I've been retired. I hate to say that. I have no interest in going back to New York, man. And again, it's just me because, to be honest with you, man, I had enough of it. You know, I'm living in a small town now, and by the beach somewhere, and it gets boring. But some of these big cities and the people around them, whether they're doing drugs or something else, they're fucking nuts. People are nuts today. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, there's different cultures out there, right? They're coming from different countries. You see what's going on. I mean, actually, a guy I work with who's now in the head of the DEA, and I'll mention his name, Derek Waltz. He's on TV all the time, and he's out there in Colorado sending all these guys back to Venezuela and doing all these cases and stuff, But, I mean, like, be honest with you, those are some dangerous people. I mean, we can laugh in here and be like, but they'll do whatever, They'll do whatever, these people, because they don't give a fuck, But
How we get to the fucking Venezuela?
I don't know. I don't know how we got there. No, because what they're doing is they had that one gang from Venezuela. Now, that was causing, they're going to start shipping these guys out, obviously. We got a new guy in there, Trump, and he's saying, hey, you got to be legal to be here. And they're going after the people that are causing, havoc, that are dealing drugs, that have records and stuff. And they're easy to find, what I mean? Because they let you know where they're at. They're that dumb,
So it's crazy how the Pablo Escobar stuff was good to me.
Yeah.
Like how I enjoyed it at the tape. The one that really got to me was when the Mexicans started selling weed, and then in the middle, we go, fuck you. Let's put some cocaine.
I know that's what I know what you're talking about.
And I went and read up on the people. I was blown the fuck away with the money they were making.
Yeah.
They got into it, and they made a big mistake when they killed rest in peace.
Yeah, our guy.
Yeah, Kiki Cabaret.
That's a matter of fact. Recently, he was just in the news.
Right.
Because what ended up happening was they got one of his torturers. And again, the name escapes me. And when they brought him to arraignments, they put Kiki Camarini's cuts on him, which I mean, okay, what I mean. It's sad that we lost the agent. It was a while ago, but they got him. You know what I mean? And that was a great thing. And at least gives the people, from DEA anyway, to say, hey, listen, we got you guys. And Kiki's cuts are on you, and now you're going to do your time, probably rot in jail. Which is a good thing. But Mexico's a whole other story, man. Like Mexico, like they kicked us out of the country for like a year or so because it's so crooked. Even like when I used to back in the day go to Cancun, Acapulco, I did a lot of fucked up things when I went on vacation. You know what I mean? And Johnny's over me too. And he remembers a couple of stories we did. But I tell you, man, you go out there. I remember I went to this place. I was all fucked up, drinking beers all night. I was with a guy by the name of Pete. Make a long story short, I go, I want to go to like a go-go joint, I was sick of seeing all these young kids, whatever. I was on the 24, and I get in the taxi, and they go Chili Willy's, you know what I mean? And I go, yeah, let's go to fucking Chili Willy's, I get into a taxi with Pete. I'm bombed, man, and I'm drinking beer in the taxi, and I'm whipping beer bottles out of the fucking taxi. I was stupid, We ended up getting to Chili Willy's. I go to the front door, and there's two fucking big Mexican guys, but they were carrying machine guns. They had the fucking bandolier, the bullets all over here. I looked at Pete, and, I kind of sobered up a little bit. And I'm like, hey, you want to go in here? Fuck it, we're here. We go in. It was the nastiest fucking bar. They had girls up there. They were nastier than that girl who was Brazil, you know what I mean? Brazil face and shit. And I remember I had to take a shit so bad because I was drinking that Mexican beer. I went in the bathroom, and there was no doors or anything. You know, just a fucking like, I don't know, something you shit it. I don't even know what you call it. I fucking like just like lowered my ass over the bowl. You know what I mean? I let it explode because like I don't even think there was toilet paper there. I don't know what the fuck I did. But I know when I got out of that fucking bathroom, I says, Pete, was what? It's time to fucking go. You know what I mean? And I look back at that day and I said to myself, man, that was stupid. Because normally what the cops would do, they see younger kids and whatnot, and it happened to some of my family members. They'll pull you over. They'll want like whatever's in your pocket, $200, $400, $500. You know. Getting back to it, they don't make no money. You know that, and that's why they don't make no money. That's why they were all crooked. You know, even during, you know, with Pablo or whatever he wanted to buy. He was the man. He owned everything. You saw that's legit.
No, but I read up on that.
No, but some of the shit they showed in the movie was a little like, I'll even say something like with the DA guys, they weren't doing all that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I mean, you know, but they were there. They did a very good job.
I forget what the bottom line was.
Yeah.
The bottom line was just unbelievable. It was an amount that you could not even fathom coming into your home every fucking week. And the more money he made, the more he paid out. He took care. He did what the fuck he wanted to. I remember I was reading something online about it one night, and I was just blown the fuck away. It's just a thing that he built his own prison.
Oh, that happened. That's legit.
I was just starting comedy in '91, and I remember it would come up on the news that they're building a prison for this fucking guy. And I remember like even writing a joke. I didn't even know who the fuck guy was. I wrote like some stupid joke to Mom. Yeah. Like he opened up a hotel. Yeah. And it was just really funny because over where I was, the county jail, we voted the number 2 county jail in the country. It was clean, sanitized. Yeah. They gave you cigarettes. They had cable TV.
Wasn't like Chili Willy's.
No.
No,
it was not like Chili Willy's. But I'm going to tell you just in perspective, I'm a fucking nut, okay? I mean, you had an addiction to a nut, it's never good. And I'm going to be honest with you, motherfuckers, whether you believe me or not. I worked El Paso as a comic. The first night they came to me and they said, we're going to Mexico. You come in, I was a little apprehensive. And I went in the daytime. Yeah. That was enough for me. Yeah. And then I worked San Diego one time. And I went to that side of Mexico. And that was okay for about an hour at night. And I'm like, it's time to go. I like crazy shit. I'm all in. I'm all in for yells in the night, people screaming, but I was just a little too out there for Uncle Joey. And I just came home. And then I went back down there with my wife. And we were dating. A bunch of people going to Mexico. We got lost. It was the worst. It cost me like $2,000 to get out of there in fucking nickels. That's all I had. Every Mexican had nickels. I was giving out nickels like fucking, I swear to God, I just had an ashtray and the center thing, and it was all like nickels and dimes because they don't work on the fucking.
The kids would shake you down.
Yeah, the kids shake you
down. You come out here and they go chicken.
Yeah,
and you start like going like this, you're like they're trying to get your fucking wallet. So you got honestly, you got to back on here.
Steroids. Steroids.
I'm gonna get whatever you want.
If I buy this, I'm gonna get it over. That's my biggest thing. I'm not a fucking smuggler. I'm not gonna smuggle. I don't mind. You give me an ounce of weed, I'll take it to Jersey. That's for me. I'd rather get caught than have to be out in the street in some fucking stupid weed store. Let them, well, the turbines, go fuck yourself. Like 22%, it smells like my dog shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
That's all right, man. No,
but anyway.
Yeah, so you're talking about Mexico, you're talking about Pablo, right?
I'm talking more about Mexico, how they did it, how they, went to the Colombians and said, we're going to be your transport. Yeah. They pretty much locked them out. It was, it was fucking brilliant. Like, you look at these guys, it's a shame they became.
Well, because they were in the right business to make the money, but sooner or later they were going to get caught. If they spent that energy on the fucking legit business, even to keep it to weed, there would have been a problem. But getting back to Mexico again, I was a senior partner too, and I'm going to bring up another name because, he deserves it. Pete Gulowitz. He's the one that indicted El Chapo. So I was a senior partner. If you see when he comes off the plane, you'll see 2 with the glasses is Pete. And he worked hard on that case, and that was a rough case because a lot of people had him indicted, but they always bring these people to the big house. The big house was in New York, so they gave they arraigned him in New York. You know what I mean? So, but that was another guy. You know what I mean? El Chapo, and
That dude was like a fucking magician.
yeah,
Was he that? He was getting out of places with a suit on.
yeah.
I mean, what happened to El Chapo? We don't sound right.
Yeah, they were do tunnels. It was the tunnel guy.
Tunnels. But I did see some read something. This motherfucker was buying up land.
Yeah.
And digging tunnels underneath the U.S. side to the Mexico side.
When you thought about that, it was unbelievable
Because all this shit is like,
yeah,
you know, you're like, you eat a bunch of pellets and shove the rest up my ass. Meanwhile, this guy's buying a house from the other house, and it's like they dug underneath, they put roller skates on it with a fucking thing that you push. I tell them where and they push it,
yeah.
and it gets to the other side, and that's it. You know, who thinks it was simplicity?
But how the fuck did you even think about a tunnel and the way they built it, even to get him out without? I mean, the thing about it, they were making a lot of noise for the prison, so they won't pay you off.
Right,
I mean, you can't tell me that they ain't hearing like fucking people blowing, you know, or even picking shit out. I mean, come on, you know. So yeah, but you know, getting back to what you're saying, like how the Mexicans with the Colombians. I mean, back in the day when I first came on in the '80s and stuff, it was the Colombians. You know, especially in New York. You know what I mean? And that's where I was doing my stuff. But the Mexicans are a lot more powerful. And New York, so I got to say, they got bigger conas, they got bigger balls. You know what I mean? So if you fucked up with the Mexicans, honestly, they were really, they tortured people. Like, they were ruthless. You know what I mean? You had some Colombians like that, but a lot of times the Colombians would be little, no disrespect, little motherfuckers. You know what I mean? And they come, they got their business suits on. You know what we used to do to the Colombians back in the day? When I first came out, we would go to Queens, right? And they would have more payphones there. We would know what payphones they used because they had so much fucking money from Pablo and stuff, you know what I mean? And we would know they would be carrying a suitcase. So we could just randomly go up there, take the fucking suitcase, and what's in that suitcase? $2-3 million. And you know what? Once you took it from them, they just fucking ran. We let them go. You know what I mean? We just take the money, and again, it goes into a big kitty for Department of Justice and stuff. And I never did anything fucked up. Like there are guys that did do that, but you know what I mean. And they got a lot of them got caught. But there was a lot of money, and the problem with drugs is, what do I do with this money? Where does it go? Because you guys like us and shit, I don't know what people make here or whatever, but you got a couple of dollars, you feel good about yourself. Imagine having enough money to fill up fucking 3 of these fucking places here. What are you going to do? What do you do with the money? You don't even know where to put it. That's why, even now, they have the Chinese laundering the money. And what the Chinese do, and you can see it, they've been buying up a lot of real estate. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because think about us going to China and getting real estate and buying a house or something. It ain't happening. You ain't coming to China. But yet, politically, we let everybody come here, unvetted. They come in and they buy in places with this illegal money. And
weed.
yeah, they buy weed by military.
Fucking weed, right? They got it.
And this is happening. Yeah.
And nobody gives a fuck. So I'm not smoking weed no more. So you know me, I'm good. I'm not smoking that commie weed. I like Chinese people and food.
I like the lump specials.
It's really like that dude that they just brought back. He was one of the leaders. That's the dude that was in charge of it. It's so weird looking back at it. And this is 30 years ago. This is like, you look at this shit, you go, wow. I kind of remember this. I remember the bust in Stockton. Mm-hmm. That big bust in Stockton. I kind of remember that here. And they go, somebody's getting backhanded right now. Okay? That's a lot of fucking coke in that warehouse.
Oh, yeah. You got to think about it like this, though. And I'll tell you, you got to remember all these products, whether it be heroin, coke, marijuana, they're all plants. So we had groups back in the day, back in the 80s, we called them Operation Snowcap. Well, in fact, we lost some guys come out of the helicopter and whatnot, and they're plants. So what happens when you fucking exterminate them? They just grow more. You know what I mean? So it's like you really can never stop it because you remember they're plants, right? And, you just got to find a location. Whether it be coke, right? Coke paste, and heroin where they make it, and the heroin. And was all kind of terrible. But it's always gonna be there, like you said. Like you were thinking about, he was saying about, it's going on. You know, it went on back then too. Yeah, it did, because they're playing, so they're always going to be available, and you can always make money. You're always going to make money, right? You got to, because we have a society that really wants this stuff. Like even alcohol, you know what I mean? I know I'm getting off tangent here a little bit, but it's the same thing. People get addicted. There's addictions, you know, and sometimes it's hard to break, you know.
You know, I remember Lee asked a question before. I'm going to answer it. Lee, one of the main reasons I left this area was because, how far are you from New York City right now?
Is that 15 minutes?
I was 15 minutes away from any drugs I wanted to buy. At whatever time I wanted to buy it. If you want something at 3 in the morning, you'll find it in New York City. You have to walk a few blocks. You might get mugged, you know. But you'll find it. That's great. It's, you know, and that's the scary thing to me. And in those days, if you keep going over there, you bump into more and more people. Who are you going to bump into in New York City at 3:30 in the morning? You're going to bump into a stockbroker or a fucking army recruiter.
No.
You're bumping into people trying to fucking scam people.
Yeah.
And now you're talking to people like you're in 45 or any guns I got you. I'm 19 years old. And you're asking me if I want to buy a fucking gun. And that sits in the back of your mind. If I ever get to a beef, I'll be over the bridge getting a gun for $1.25. Whatever the fuck, you know, whatever the fuck it is. That's how accessible that city was. I can't imagine what it is today. I gotta guarantee that there's not as many spots as there were when I was growing up, but there's gotta be something happening in Washington Heights.
Oh yeah,
And there's gotta be something happening in the Bronx and all the other things. It's not as visible, right? But the scary thing is downtown. Because downtown, I know a guy named Tony, that's what he tells me his name is. He tells me to send me his driver's license as long as that's his address. From now on, I'm your delivery guy. Call me 24 hours a day. Something will be there in a half hour. I will send you a menu every day. People now look at the prices. You're already paying $4,000 a month for rent. Right. You're already going to debt anyway. You might as well pay the prices. He's going to have an 8-ball of coke for you there. In 1 hour, the best shit he ever bought. That's the business that's what I assume. Right. That's what I'm assuming. That there's got to be an app now. I ain't that fucking, you know, I'm an old man, but I'm just thinking about some Chinese kids in the city that love to jump up and down with the lights and all that stuff. Right. He's got an app somewhere that you buzz. This guy gets buzzed here, and every day the code changes. That's how slick these kids are today. Don't tell me.
The kids are so slick. I mean,
Slick.
but even it still goes on in the Heights. I mean, I remember when we first started doing the Heights, and you know, it was just easy. We had a lot of performance. To make a long story short, man, they had the kids working on the corner and walkie-talkie. So as soon as you came on the fucking block, they know you're 5-0. You know, they know you're whatever. So what we used to do is get like maybe a Spanish guy. I'd be in the back of the van. He'd park the fucking van. The van might say like painting or plumber or whatever. And I'd sit in the back of the van like that. Wouldn't think anyone's in there. So then you could take pictures and see what's what. But the kids, even at the ages of 11, 10, you know what I mean? In the stash houses, I mean, we had special guys that used to basically know how to infiltrate any kind of special trap they might have. Because it was just like really fucked up, you know, really crazy traps that these guys think of. I mean, unbelievable. You know what I mean?
I was there in the summer of '93 when there were kids on the roof and a cop was walking, a uniform cop, and they dropped the bucket of spackle on.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. I remember it was tight. But it's interesting. In 1993, I used to go to a place, I mean, it was like Steve. You just had to get over the bridge, and you made a left, and you went right in that place, and you double parked your car. Cops would go right past you. Beep, beep. And you parked, somebody went to the building, you rang the bell, 503, come on up. You went out up there, and there was a guy sitting there with a gun and a bag of blow. 2 bags of blow. One was for 25 a gram and one for 35 a gram. You gave you a taste of it. You had to make your choice. If you busted it, that's all they have. It was 2 ounces, maybe a little less at that point. They're going to be out of it now, these guys. They already had it down to a science. You know, now I see these weed stores that open up in LA, and they put their whole inventory on the wall. When the feds show up, they lose everything. I'm like, those Colombians had a point. They only showed you what you needed to see. You need that? Give me 10 minutes. And they make a call, and it's around the corner, hidden in somebody's fucking Corvette, or whatever the fuck it is.
Oh, it's difficult, even for us it was, in regards to trying to find, where the stuff is. First off, everyone's a bullshitter. I mean, like, I got the money, nobody had the fucking money. You want to see the dope first, you know what I mean? Whether it be coke, heroin, or whatever. And that's the games we would play. I mean, sometimes we would flash them. I actually was giving the guy 40,000, but sometimes we would have, like, flash rolls. But really, like, cops when we flash money. Like, for instance, a cop will show you money, like, you think he's legit. But the real fucking bad guys, if you're good, you get the shit on the arm. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like, if you got juice, you're going to give me 10 kilos. You trust me. So, I mean.
Just like that.
Well, yeah, because it's not a lot of people trust anybody. I mean, even today or back in the day. I mean, I'm talking 10, 15, 20 years ago. It was hard to do these cases. You really had to have good people that infiltrated these organizations, whether it be the Heights, whether it be the mob guys, whether it be the Mexicans. I mean, you had to have, like, serious guys that had connections, you know what I mean? You just can't go in there and, whatever the fuck you want to do. No, it doesn't work like that. People don't trust people. But money does talk. What's the old saying? Money talks, bullshit walks. I mean, like I said, when I was giving them 40 G's and it went the first time, they were like, fuck, this guy ain't a cop. And I did it 3 more times, right? You mean, cop? Until you get, yeah, motherfucker's a cop.
You don't even figure it out until you have the handcuffs on. And once they put you in that cell, not on the drive, but in that cell at the way of your arraignment, or whatever the fuck you wait on, you just sit there like, God damn it, I never figured out that motherfucker. You start thinking about shit. Where you fucked up. When you were too high. You were too caught up in what you were doing. You got caught up in walking into the club. And there's VIP. You just get caught up. And you make dumb mistakes. I did it. That's all that happens.
Everybody does. I mean, even the best guys. I mean, like I said, in regards to what we locked up, people you wait. It's like a stock. You're waiting on this fucker. You buy whatever. You buy, I don't know, Tesla and shit. You want to buy most stuff. You got to hold. You got to wait. You got to have patience. And people fuck up. When you're on wire, sometimes you might have to be on the wire 3, 4, 5 months before they make one fuck up. That one fuck up will put you on another line, and then you're going, bro. And then you got a talker. And then all of a sudden, boom, you're like, holy fuck, you meet with the attorneys, you know what I mean? We got this amount, we're going to lock up this, we're going to seize this, we're going to take that. A lot, the game is patience too. But everybody makes mistakes, so, I mean, in the end, like you said, people can go 15, 20 years, they got all the money in the world, and then that one day comes and they're fucked. It's like these guys now you're talking about. I mean, I know El Chapo, you know what I mean? He's done. You know what I mean? His family's done. I think his son tried to come into the business. He's done now. His wife, it's new people come on the block. Yeah, I mean, it's all done. You're done. You know what I mean? You had your ride. It's over.
Didn't El Chapo get caught because he did an interview for a movie about him? Or something.
He got caught because there was a movie like that, but that was a short time.
Yeah. But that's whenever I watch a movie like that or hear about something like that, to think about someone building a case against you and you have no idea for months or years, and they're building a case and you just are going about your life as no.
When you build the case, they already had him by the balls. You can just find them.
Just anybody, just like anyone,
just finding that motherfucker.
You know what? Not only for his finding, but the other thing too is do they want to give him up? Do they want to extradite? And that's the whole game. When we were playing, when we were trying to play nice with the Mexican government and stuff like that, they'll give you some things, but then they won't give you everything. Like I said, it all goes back to money. Life always goes back to money. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. These guys are making so much money off these guys. Even if you're a top politician in Mexico, these guys giving you $5-6 million. You don't listen to some American DA guy or some, what I mean? I don't know, Captain.
What you say is never heard. Anybody who Colombia. Yeah, they don't know nothing down there. That's why, listen, I don't have a passport. And there's times when I'm still in LA, people go, I can't hear it. And I'm like, man, a minute. I ain't going in there and document. There's no fucking way. They do some nasty shit down there. Yeah, it's cute. You get great burritos. I'm okay. I'm good. I just didn't trust it. There was something about Mexico. And though I was a coke fiend, I didn't trust it. There's no reason to go to Mexico to get coke. Snort it, they're going to rob you. And what are you going to bring it over that fucking bridge? Now you're going to do 55 years. Just to leave me alone. I can find it in San Diego.
How frustrating is it from like your point of like the agents, like the politics of it? Like someone gets away because of like a mistake, or like, you know, just the politics of it. Does it piss you guys off?
The politics plays a big part. It actually played a bigger part with the, and I have a lot of friends that are first grade detectives that are retired now, but the reason why they retired, probably like when I retired, is, when you start locking up people, and for instance, they got 2 guns on them, and then the ADAs let them out fucking like a week later. That's what hurts. You know what I mean? Because then, like drugs is one thing, and that kills people, but, guns, come on, man, you know what I mean? And you see what happens when these kids or guys get back on the street, they're doing harm. And you know what? It frustrates you, because you could take the fact that, okay, I was going after this drug deal, I didn't get him. There's a lot of guys I didn't get, our group didn't get, but, eventually somebody will get them. But a lot of times they weren't really hurting anybody. There's certain ethnicities, I hate to say, but like, that really will hurt you. Like the Mexicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? The Jamaicans will hurt you. You know what I mean? Italian guys, that's business there. These guys like Sandy the Bull, and I know he's out doing his shows now, and a lot of these guys, they were doing things to their own people. You know what I mean? And you got to expect that in the game of life. If you're going to hurt somebody that's a drug dealer, they're going to hurt you back. Is it fair? I don't know. I guess it is. But when you start hurting innocent people, the kids, and bullets start flying, that's when you got to draw the line. And like what happened with our agent, Hatcher. This guy, he was out of control, right? And he ended up killing him over what? Because he was high. He just wanted to do what he wanted to do. But Farachi. And again, me and my partner Eric Stanky, we locked up the guys that Mario Gallo was one on that first case I did, and Jimmy Gallione. Now these guys were the ones responsible for killing Gus Farachi. They killed him, because he was when we locked him up on the drug charges. We also superseded with the murder on Farachi. So they did their time. They're out. I think who knows where they are now. But that's the only guy. I'd say Mario Gallo was one of the guys. It's just a name you guys don't know. But when we locked all these motherfuckers up, he was the only guy that basically said to me, "Go fuck myself." He's not cooperating. You know what I mean? And I shook his hand. And I said, like, "Wow, all right, I'll leave you the fuck alone." You know what I mean? He did his time. The other guys, they right away. I was with one guy, and these guys are all over. They're all in these podcasts and these YouTube shows. That they got these guys hosting these shows, and they're talking about mob-related things and whatnot. And I know it's sexy and people like that, but the reality of it is, man, it's a dangerous game, and it's a shame that, like I said, when you're a young kid and you get involved in this shit, and you're going to do 20, 25 years for what? You know what I mean? I don't know. Jail's fucking horrible. I started as a corrections officer. It's horrible to be in jail. You know what I mean? It sucks.
I feel like a mad kid to get back.
Yeah, I'm telling you, get the fuck up, right? I'm ready to eat. Let's go, motherfucker.
What do you do? Kick the fucking bed. Get the fuck up and put the light on. And your first instinct is to grab by the neck.
Yeah.
He's got to sit there. What the fuck was that?
Yeah.
So that was enough for me. But I gotta ask you something. Listen, I know I love smoking pot, and then these came along. I'm not gonna blame the death on my mom. I have a mind. I can make my own decision. But I saw drugs. I saw people getting high and taking hits of meth and drinking. They were fine. And then there were the idiots. There was always a passion of burning. I did that, whatever. But all of a sudden I saw these communities just get taken by cocaine, and that's by West New York, Union City. That was a fucking. That's where they were cleaning it down there. So it's kind of weird how the fucking 50s, 84, he was Reagan.
The early 80s. Yeah.
You know, it's a white one on, and we're gonna fight for war and drugs.
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening?
It happens quick, man. You know, it gets out of control. Listen, again, it goes back to money. There's so much money to be made because there's a lot of people that are depressed out there. There's a lot of people that, you know, are just in a bad way. And, you know, for whatever reason, that might be their cup of tea, whether it's drinking, whether it's this. And, you know, you're always gonna find, it's never gonna end. Well, somebody's got to be there, and I'll say like the DEA, NYPD, all other cops, someone's got to be there to make them know that there are repercussions, that there is a risk, you know? So you always got, you know what I mean? You just can't let, like a lot of people will legalize this, legalize that. Yeah, I understand the marijuana. I don't have a problem with that.
But I know in some states, we're talking about that some other day. You're going to say?
No, I was actually going to ask about that, because there are some cities that have completely decriminalized it.
That's it. It's illegal. Who's got the nerve to take a joint off you when you're in a fucking rental car and bring in? Unless you act like an asshole or have alcohol in your breath. Then anybody would bring in. But forget about the marijuana. Look at all the synthetic stuff they're bringing in. You got meth that's making a comeback. Meth is never gonna. You know, my buddy's or whatever. Yeah, I got you LA, and he told me that during the pandemic, I sold a bunch of them. When the pandemic ended, it became meth. Yeah, it was meth by the fucking ton. I couldn't even get it there after that.
Because they've been making meth also in the Midwest with a lot of like things you can buy at the pharmacy. You know, it's like hillbilly shit. You know what I mean? They actually, there's been so many times where they're cooking it, and they're blowing themselves up. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, someone opens the door, and the whole meth lab explodes. I mean, you know, it's nuts. It's nuts.
It's just, you know, you sit here now, 30 years. And listen, I was a consumer. You know, I remember when Nancy Reagan said that, I'm like, man, you better start snorting coke. Yeah. Because of the war on drugs, you better get as much as you can. Yeah. Because it's real, guys. It's never ending. Yeah. And then, listen, I really love smoking marijuana. I can't do it anymore.
God bless
you. I enjoyed it as a kid, picking back and just took away that piece of anxiety. Yeah. Just did something. Yeah, it made you feel, turn the button. I didn't like drinking. I loved that feeling like I could fall asleep at night. Yeah. Then I think, I always thought buying marijuana is getting your check on Friday. Stopping at the liquor store. And then stopping at Benny Blanco's house and getting an eighth for $90.
Did you say Benny Blanco? Yeah. From the Bronx?
Yeah. I put it in your truck. And driving home with fear. Like, you might get pulled over. That was the whole thing. Now we walk into the store. Hi. How are you? Let me see your ID. Oh my God. Returning customer or first time?
You know what? It's fucking funny you say that because I'm not going to get into names again, but for someone's 60th birthday party, first time I ever went in as a DEA guy, I went to a town down the shore. It's a big place. And long story short again, I go there. I'm a little nervous. I mean, but it's like fucking legit. You can go in there. So no, what does Myron do? He pulls in the parking lot. I'm surveilling the place. Resistance. Who's going in there? You know what I mean? Okay. I walk in there. It's like you're at Best Buy. I go to the fucking counter. How are you? Where's your license? No problem. Now go through these other two doors. I go through these other two doors. Now I'm in the fucking assembly. That's like the DMV. You know what I mean? And I'm behind a whole bunch of people. Then all of a sudden, guy goes like this. Over here. I go, okay. I go, I'm looking to buy some, marijuana for a birthday present. You know what I mean? He goes, well, and I go, I don't know what the fuck you got. Okay. What do you think? I don't want to kill the guy. And she goes, well, I would try this. And I go, this is the first time I've done this. I said, I used to be a fucking DEA guy. And the reason why he goes, DEA, you get 25% off. I go, holy shit. I said, nice, But I know it was like, I'll be honest with you, it was fucking funny because, like, wow.
Who would have thought?
What's that?
Who would have thought?
And the guy was like, it was almost like, park closed, like Wally would remember that fucking show? And then one thing, it was like the guy looked just like that. I was laughing. I went home, told my wife, I said, I took care of him. I got 25% off. Yeah.
When I told you I said, drive, and you go on when I order it, and you go in the window and you don't pick it out of your fucking car.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, and then you have to pay cash. That's the only thing they have. You know, the ATM set up.
Yeah, cash is king.
7 a.m.
Yeah.
For you fucking early birds.
Wow.
And for you insomniacs, they close at 11 and then midnight at 1 on the weekends. Are you fucking kidding me?
Holy shit, that's big business.
That means 10:30, I'm going to do also 11 o'clock. The Exorcist coming on. Fucking, I'll take a run to shop, right? Drive through the weed store. Ba-ba-da-ba.
Yeah, I still can't watch that shit. That scares the shit out of me.
Yeah,
That's one.
that's why you see if I get in there with a golf club and blood on the front.
Yeah, no, that don't bother me. But I'm telling you what,
Bother me.
no, the Exorcist one, that bothers me. That's a kid.
I considered writing a book. I know you're retired now and you can't sleep.
Yeah, that's the fucking problem. Everything about writing a book.
You need to start writing a book.
Yeah, there's a
You're
lot
an
of
interesting guy. Get yourself a little security job, man.
Yeah.
You just watch a guy walk from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Listen, you're on your own. They start shooting on the
Well, I got to say one thing besides the DEA, you know what I mean? And I know Johnny, I bought a friend over there, Johnny, he could tell you stories, man. We had the best times in our life. We always had short houses. He still had them up until last year. He just purchased the house. But, I mean, the shit we seen and the shit we did is, I mean, I could write a book about that. Never mind the fucking DEA. Now, he could tell you stories about fucking vacations we went on that, I mean,
what did you specialize in?
I was first, we were mob guys. We worked the mob, you know, we did that for years. And then, you know, it was just like a knock-around kind of group where we did whatever, which turned out to be some mob guys too. And then I ran at the end of my career, my last 5 years, I ran asset forfeiture. I had like 35 people under me. But like, for instance, when we do all these cases, long story short, if we take airplanes, we take your money, we take fucking everything, we take horses, we take cars, I can go on, gold bars, coins, stocks, and they all come through me, through my group. And we were going to Brinks once a week, and I kid you not, in the 5 years I was doing it, every week it'd be at least $2 million in cash that we would have to take to the Brinks. And we'd have to have 2 or 3 guys go, you know, so nobody could, you know, you never know, somebody might get a tip on us and, you know, try to fucking steal the money, you know what I mean? So, I mean, so I ran asset forfeiture, which was a nice, it was a slowed down pace, but they got to be too crazy, you know, and then I said, let me pull up the stakes because of the things I said with the way just going. And I've been there 30 years, so I think that was enough blood to give, you know what I mean? I mean, I could have done more, but, you know, I was tired. Now I'm fucking tired and I can't sleep. So I might have to take you up on one of these fucking swings you got.
You'll be up for 2 days. Happy as a pig and shit.
I tell you what, as long as somebody wakes me up every 4 hours to eat,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I gotta fucking eat.
Nah, we got one of those piss tubes
Oh,
that you take home. We'll just push onto the mattress.
I like the piss tubes. I mean,
Yes, oh yeah,
yeah, I asked Johnny before. I had to take a squirt before. He had a can. Back in the day when we were on surveillance, I mean, we couldn't get out and piss, so we'd piss in, you know, like bottles. I didn't piss in front of your place because it counts, but I did across the street. Right, dude?
Myron, whenever you decide to write a book,
Yeah.
let me know.
All right.
I'll hook you up with a girl that's really
Oh, yeah?
You got some good stories. Why fucking sit there like a douche? Guys like you can't.
You know what? This
I've been writing for 3 hours. I'm like, this motherfucker, what for Taik? You still got a lot of life left to you.
Yeah,
You're not ready to go to South Carolina.
No.
Sit there.
What do I do like Charleston? It was nice,
Yeah,
but
you know what? I like Hawaii too.
Yeah.
But that don't mean I'm flying there tomorrow to sit and look at the beach.
I agree with you.
We're not PI 100.
Yeah.
We're not going to move to the beach and arrest people.
Yeah, I'm not dumb. I'm glad I got out of the house. You got out of the house. I know my white partner, he said, hey, get this fucking guy out of here. You know what?
I'm
just glad I got out.
And I told Byron I want to get him on and talk to him about whatever. And here we are.
Yeah.
No blow smoke. You're an interesting guy.
I appreciate that. I
And then
mean,
we have to keep some of the names and dates. You know, to
yeah, I
protect
mean,
you.
so like I said, my memory has to be jarred a little bit. But again, I thank you all, you know, for inviting me. A good group of guys here. And, you know, I tell you what, it brings back a lot of memories, you know.
Yeah. way out.
Oh, good. Yeah,
Legit
nothing
top
with
fucking
caffeine.
Listen, no Spanish people, they know how to cook.
Oh,
They
absolutely.
just pass the fuck out. They put Xanax
Oh,
or some Mexican. The Cubans put something in there.
yeah.
You fall asleep, eat the
Fly
empanada.
pins and fucking right, the values.
No, they put something in that fucking food, the Cubans.
Yeah.
1 minute you're home eating empanada, next minute you wake up at 4. They tell them who goes on. You know what I'm saying? People are fucking going back and forth with Moroccans. You're like, what happened?
I just want to give one little shout out. Because I was talking about a lot of these cases, and when we first started bringing cases to Eastern District, the mob cases, it was a USA owner by the name of Jim Walton, and Jim Walton's running for mayor now for New York as an independent. And, he's a very good guy, very knowledgeable, and I wish him well. And I just wanted to throw his name out there. He's got his stuff together, and it might be a good change to get away from what New York normally elects. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into politics, but
The show was all coming, so yeah. This is not a good
nobody's
moment.
ever. You can't vote when you're in jail. That's
Listen, all he is a felon. Cover your ears, you know.
You have anybody else calling over here that any other guys, mob guys?
If they call in,
Yeah.
I don't like people calling in.
Okay.
Just scrambling people.
Yeah.
They're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
They'll sit there on the phones. And, next thing you know, they're banging like a window. I've been on the phone for an hour.
Yeah.
And you're like, no.
They're probably going to have some of his empanadas if they find out how good
Yeah.
they are. Shit.
Listen, man, we saw, this is my world right now. We saw The Godfather. We saw Goodfellas. And then at the end of the day, no matter what the fuck you tell me, we saw a TV series that swept America off their feet.
You know, Miami.
What Miami? I'm talking about the fucking Sopranos.
Oh, the Sopranos. Why do you go back to Miami?
You know,
Sorry,
for
brother.
an example,
Yeah.
Miami Vice is Miami Vice. But it's like I tell people, 1987, I did a show and I had to send a resume. And the agent called me immediately and she's like, I gotta talk to you. I'm like, what? She goes, you gotta take Rockford, New Jersey off your resume. Because I don't really want people to see that. You're always going to New York City. I go, hey, put New York City down for the hero. This is when Springsteen was out. You know, all these animals are out. The Sopranos came out. It was completely different than New Jersey on your resume.
Oh, yeah, man. I love that show. I never missed an episode. That was amazing.
And I'm at the point in my life right now, at least I am, that I think I've seen the best of it. When people approach me from out these scripts now, if I see Gino or Vinny, the second page goes back. I'm not interested.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
It's not interesting no more.
Yeah.
Give me the mob 2025. You got 3 black dudes now. You got a Dominican. 80 years are in jail. The other ones are fat and old. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's kicking up to these guys.
No.
They're 80. You're done.
That don't
You
work.
can't shoot nobody. You ain't good to me. Get the fuck out. You know. I mean, give me something like that. That's real.
Yeah.
So I just can't.
It's funny. You took about the Sopranos and how
The Sopranos was so good. What's gonna be that? What story are you gonna come at me? As a matter of fact, your boy just became councilman in the town.
I know who he is.
Okay.
John.
Yeah. He's all over.
Yeah. No,
He's all over the news. People,
he was legit too. He was
you know who he was
with, right?
Yeah, I go to a weed store. People are like, you know John? He wants to weed. I don't know fucking John. I don't know John. He's like the mayor of this town now. So that's the best weed store in town. Fucking. Well, that's. I love John. And I believe John.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, there's 22 guys now running their mouth. And 11 of them turn evidence. I mean, and I'm a big fan of Sammy.
Yeah, I seen some of his things, and listen, no disrespect towards anybody. I mean, they did the thing, but they're doing the thing now. They still want to be there. They still want to talk about it. They love it. It's like, you know what I mean? It's in now.
I stop by Sammy on Instagram every other day.
Yeah.
And he's talking to you like it's 1984. So I talked to Paul.
Yeah.
I told Paul, you think these kids even have an idea what the fuck you're talking about? Now, try to sell anything Gotti now. You're not going to sell a ticket. People don't want to hear that shit no more. Gotti's been beat up to death. They're not just throwing lobsters every Sunday. It's the same episodes. It's 1998.
In fact, with Sammy, let me just cut you off. Sammy, he went back after he got out, and DEA, and I know about this because I know the people that were involved with that. You know what happened to him when he went out and he was in the program, right? He went to Arizona and he got his kid involved with a lot of things, and they got locked up again with that ecstasy thing, which I never even hit on because I worked a lot of the Russian guys, and that was fucking unbelievable stories with the Russian guys and the ecstasy. But yeah, and another little thing that, perhaps if you have me on another time, maybe you don't want to hear my shit anymore, but because I get very dry in the mouth right now. I've been doing it, man, but I've been thinking about that, taking that edible, that's even drying me out more. But getting back to, we were working a guy on Mob Wise. We locked up my group, I was a supervisor there, but we had locked up Renee, Graziano, and the person that's Hector Pagan. I mean, I don't know if you look him up on the yeah, but he was with us when he was on the show to catch my drift. Do you understand? But he did his own. Then he come out, and I think Graziano Anthony, he testified against her father, who was a big weed guy over in Brooklyn. So that was very interesting. Yeah. And you can see his shit that a couple of YouTubers did a nice little thing on him. That I saw recently. It was pretty interesting because I didn't realize all the shit he did. He was actually pretty well liked. He was with like big guys. No, I'm talking about Hector Pagan. He was good friends with Joe Massimino, who was very big, and but they all get cool.
He ran at the end.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And he was fucking brilliant at the end. Yeah. He came out and said, fuck these hangouts. I don't want you hanging out no more. Everybody's got to get a job. Everybody's got to get off the corner. No more fucking jumpsuits. No more gold chains.
I understand. The guy over there is a Sergio Tacchini.
Yeah, we'll fucking hide. You know what I'm saying? And he shut it down for a while, but you're always going to make big fucking mistakes. The accountants came in. The FBI, forensic accountants came in. You just, motherfucker, get the fucking noose ready. When them motherfuckers come, those are the people that killed Jesus. When they show up, before those motherfuckers show up, you might as well just go put the cuffs on. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. I'll tell you on the way there. You know what I'm saying? And it's over. They got their own nerds with glasses. They don't know nothing. They don't want to know pussy.
And they got a fucking calculator in your fucking hand, and a number 2 pencil in their ear.
Trust me, when they come, dog, Giso, they come with the chemistry set. It's over. It's over, guys. So once the forensic accountants come, just call your mother, tell her, listen, I told you, you gotta get back to the jury I gave you 3 years ago. They're coming to get that any minute. Correct, brother. Man, it's a real pleasure.
Well, thank you for having me.
I want to hang out again.
No problem, sure. There's more stories and stuff. And maybe by that time I'll have like a book written or something,
Oh, I would love it.
Yeah. I mean, I got a lot of things in my mind, but I got to get them somewhere before the mind goes. You know what I mean?
You got to write for the attorney. You got to send it to the DA for clearance, and that's a hand job.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to do that anymore. Because I'm retired. I don't know how to
They'll call you back in and bust your ball. But it's pretty interesting. This is the most interesting thing I'm going to tell you. I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Fucker was on the podcast before the pandemic. What's his name? The Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, that's right. He's on the fucking 80s.
Oh, the Wolf of Wall Street, that was Jordan enough. The movie. Yeah, I know what it was.
But he showed up to talk to him. Yeah, he was on the show. The real Wolf.
Yeah.
Came on the show. We were talking about shit. And also he goes, I don't know if you know how I wrote my story in the Hawaiians. Charlie was my jailmate, my cellmate.
Oh, okay.
The federal, he told me. He was telling them stories about the stock market.
Yeah, because all the mob guys were, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
A couple of names, but what they were doing, what they do. Yeah. They push certain stocks, and these guys don't even have licenses, and then they close it down, and they short it, and that was, we were looking for a lot of those guys too.
But,
I mean, yeah.
He taught me to write the fucking book.
Yeah.
And became a fucking movie.
Yeah.
That's my
And that's it. Yeah, that's it.
That's what I'm saying. sitting there bored. Write a fucking movie.
Yeah. Just to give you a heads up, he's going to take 10 points just for the manager.
Five.
Just five.
Family.
You can have more than that, man. I don't
He's family, though.
You always start with 10.
Because
think I was to fight.
I gotta hold your hand, you're gonna call me at night. Can I make the right move? I mean, I need that by like 2 in the morning. Leave what's up. I can't sleep. This manager's got me going crazy. I'm over here, dreaming about fucking hanging out with the DEA and all of a sudden.
Yeah, but it was nice coming. Nice. You're a great guy. All you guys are good guys. You put some great fucking empanadas. You got a funny fucking laugh. And you got to work on that head cold. Take some fix. My mother used to put some fix by my mouth.
10 minutes over here because he got sick once I came back with the Mac Daddy of Mac Daddies. He started getting sick last Wednesday. He saw the box. He started getting twitches and shit. He knew that Lent was his.
It's just like nicotine.
Nicotine pouches. They come in 3, 6, 9, 12. Forget about it.
So I got to put a couple quarters in there.
No, I'm good. You put it under your chin. Forget your feet.
No, I can't do that. I'll tell you.
Be on the park. Hey, you got your old badge. I just put it down with a disco light. Now,
I do have it.
they don't know nothing. Just put the badge up with a disco light. That's it. Nobody knows. Nobody will stop you. That's the fucking funny thing.
Johnny, you got anything to say, brother?
Oh, God. Don't get it started. Don't get it started. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Go bar, but hold fuck. Don't tell
Now we'll get the fuck out of here. Next time we'll talk about
the go bar is
now
in
it's
front.
10 to 8. I'm already hungry. You know what I'm saying? I'm already thinking about shit.
We out.
We out like fucking whatever. Lee, where you at this weekend?
March 29th, Broadway Comedy Club, 5:30 p.m.
Look at them. Don't forget to be at Austin. Moon Tower is officially sold out, but you got May 18th at the Parks motherfucking Casino.
Yeah.
Right? Or August. May. We're working on May here. And come out. That's it and that's that. I'll keep you posted. Lee, that's all you got.
That's all. I got Josh Wolf at Stanford Comedy Club.
You don't need to extra it up. What do you want to stand for?
Stanford, New York Comedy Club. 2
No,
months.
Stanford, New York. Okay.
Stanford, Connecticut.
Oh, you don't stand for it. Now I have to wait. That's a complete other story. I love you, savages. See you next week. Have a great weekend. Get ready for April. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. It's March the 25th. Yes. Listen, I want to talk to you about something. Summertime is coming. You know what that means? It's time to head down to Pound Town. Da, 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 da. You need to be able to get that thing up there. And that's where Uncle Joey comes in. Blue Chew makes sure you're ready. Whenever the mood arises, whether you're on the beach, under the tunnel, wherever you're at, you're ready to go. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Meet with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you get approved, forget about it. Your prescription will be there in days. Blue Chew works. They're serious. They come in little pouches. You put one in your wallet when you're ready for war. Bam! There you are. Anyway, no more wishing. No more praying for your little fucking dick to work. Those days are over with. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. It's summertime. These women got tons of options. Tons of options. So you better show up with a cape, a helmet, and a box of Blue Chew. Now, this is what I'm going to do for these nice people. You can get Blue Chew for free for 1 month. That's right. You can try it on your own. After you try it for 1 month, you're going to go, Joey, where have you been all my life? It's that easy. First month, Blue Chew for free when you press in promo code Joey, Joey. Again, Joey, Joey. Just pay $5 for shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show and for helping young men sling some dick in 2025. You know what I'm saying? It's the summertime. 4th of July is coming. I love you guys. What's happening, you savages? Happy belated St. Patty's Day. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Tuesday, the 18th of March, the Church New Testament is here. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's gonna get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast and it seriously lasts. And if that's not enough, Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor, he approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with a new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with a licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have ED or you do have ED, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not going to want it. She's going to call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. There's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're going to get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? It's March. March, April. Forget it. You start now in March, right? In July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down as you get through whatever that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like don't eat 10 of them, you know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. We're back, bitches. It's a beautiful Tuesday to be alive. It's just me and Lee today, just how you like it. You know, you guys, you put a fucking girl on here, you don't like her. You put a penguin on here, you don't like him. You know, you guys don't like nobody. Who's the penguin? Huh? Who's the penguin? I don't fucking know. I get emails. Why'd you put the girl on? What the fuck? How many boys can you put on here? How much dick can you smell? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring a woman in here and give her that fucking touch from time to time. I love having women in because, listen, I learned from her. She was great last week. Yeah. So was the Italian princess came in here and enlightened us. You guys are like, why does there have to be a girl on the show? Well, it's better than looking at a fucking guy all night, right? What the fuck is wrong with you people? But anyway, the co-host tonight is the man himself. He was a little fucked up the last 2 shows. But I wonder why. You know, he went to a rehab, he went to a meeting, and he's making us strong. You know, I wonder why. What the fuck you think this? Yeah, this is the church. This ain't no fucking daycare. Yeah, well, you come here to get down. This ain't no, you know, like, why are you saying I was? Like, it's like a big mystery why I'm fucked up. You know, fucking like I'm going around New York trying to find this. I said, please, I gave 2 grams of money. No, you did not. Maybe 2.5. Maybe 2.5. First of all, you sent me pictures of a scale, because I told you, I've been taking 3 grams on the road for a year. I know what it looks like, and it doesn't look like no 3 grams is kind of... Well, then tell me what I'm taking. Don't say I'm taking it more. I'm taking 3 fucking grams. And then, last week was the best. We got about a timer now. You don't think more time. There's no timer. Because it is the biggest store. Also, he wants to tell you stories. No, I didn't. He looks around. I'll fucking give him a cheeseburger. He'll work that thing down, okay? Give him a mushroom. He's looking around. Yeah. I ain't never watching this one moved out a cheeseburger before. Last week we brought the meatballs, special, the meatball kit out in Rutherford. This fucking guy, I go, get a piece of bread with a meatball. Just put the mushroom in there. What does he do? He's sitting there, cutting the meatball. I didn't cut a meatball. I didn't. I didn't. I took 1 piece of bread, I put the mushroom underneath, and I put the meatball on top. That's all I did. Just now we gave 2 little pieces, 3 pieces of chocolate. Guys, listen, my lawyer's here. I ate the fucking 2 grams and the chocolate before him. And that's a fact. He was still over there looking around, dropping it.
Yeah, because you eat the mushrooms
He
dry.
squeezes it with
Because
his
you've been on that hospital food
Judy
for a while.
fucking sweaty hands. What the fuck you think is gonna happen?
I never said that. You don't eat mushrooms quicker than me. You do eat mushrooms quicker than me.
Anything quicker than you, but when it comes down to a cheeseburger, you fucking beat me or a pizza. So I told him, I said, listen, you want to eat the mushrooms with no problem? Put it in the pizza and fold it.
Where's the pizza? I don't see any pizza.
We have pizza. I got it out. And then he eats these 25 milligrams.
That's all they sell. You can't get it. No, hold on. You tell you every week, take edibles, and the strongest they sell in the between Massachusetts and New York is 25 a piece, maybe 50. I have been taking at least 5, not 8.
He takes some of his girls and they rub each other's back.
We're not rubbing
They
our
watch some fucking movie on Lifetime or some shit.
First of
We're not
all,
playing
Lifetime has
Lifetime.
good programming.
Okay.
Don't need.
We got no Lifetime here. We go for the kill here. Here's the kill shot.
Yeah, but I'm also out every night. I can't go out. Fucked up every night.
No. Yesterday I had a half a chocolate bar. I buy those GMO things. And it's a syringe. I can't smoke anymore. So I went to the weed store a couple of weeks ago. And he goes, Joey, if you can't smoke, put the syringe in with that GMO indica.
Oh, the RSO?
Holy shit.
That's good. I just had that.
Oh, I've been putting up. The other last Tuesday, it was like 7 degrees out. I sat there from 1 to 5. My wife left. They went to do 1,000 things. They came back. I was still sitting there. She was like, "You're enjoying the sun up." I'm too fucked up to get up. What enjoying the sun? I'm fucked up, dog. I was fucked up out there. Just in my little rocking chair. The cat kept coming out with patterns. Then he'd go in. Then he'd come out there. He'd come back. No. I'm too fucking high. I wasn't at that. Let's train it on a Tuesday.
Yeah, okay, that's great for you. That's first of all, I have a day job, second, which is fine. But I also, I'm out on the everywhere. You keep telling people about some money. I'm not home by 9:30. I'm not home by 9:30.
Mama gives you
I'm not home by 9:30. Jesus Christ. 9:30. I've been home at 9:30 in 6 months.
I'm back. I'm fucking 9:30. Midnight.
Oh, 9:30.
He lives a good life, this fucking
Clearly. I do live a good life, but I'm also not home at 9:30. He's taking 5 milligrams. I am not.
Yesterday, I didn't do shit Friday night. I didn't do shit Saturday. So Sunday I woke up and go, I'm going deep today. I went to the gym. I did this thing. I had a half a bar with that fucking, I put the whole syringe on. I'm up to the whole syringe and I just
How long have you been a week?
35. Just one big fucking squirt. I ate that chocolate. Let me tell you something. Then I went to my buddies and I brought mushrooms with me and I ate a corned beef sandwich with the cabbage. I was fucked up last night. I woke up this morning, I couldn't even talk. I was so fucked up.
Yeah.
And I got right back out, washed my pussy, and I got out there. Before I went to the dentist, I went to the gym, rode the bike. I was a little dizzy. THC.
Yeah.
And I got to the dentist. Even my friend said to me, Joey, you're out. And I told him, I grew up in South Carolina. I said, I got fucked up last night.
First of all, you really, this is for everyone who doesn't know, this is what they give cancer patients. And how long is that tube supposed to last?
2 days.
No, it is not 2 days. Second of all, this is why you have such a high
They
tolerance.
don't give those to cancer patients.
Yes, they do. Yeah, that's exactly what it's for. This is why medical marijuana exists.
How do you say I won't get cancer? Okay, so you gotta beat the cancer. So when I'm gonna get to you, then you're gonna start doing it too. Beat it now.
Well, this is not to beat cancer.
What do you beat cancer for?
Because it's a
It's a fucking thing.
now you're going to blame me if you get it.
No, but I'm just saying, who brought cancer up? You did, Cox.
That is true. I'm very sorry.
Fucking believe it. Just eat the fucking mushroom.
And I've been gone for half an hour.
Just show people how slow it takes. That's all we do. You want to do a video tonight of people a reaction to some black guy eating a rat? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I'm also
I'm gonna have a fucking. We're gonna do a video tonight after this of how long it takes to eat.
I'm not doing more mushrooms.
Why not? One more little tiny fucking.
Yeah, one more little tiny one.
Watch how long it takes.
It takes me a
You
while. I don't like
pepper
that.
on it.
First of all, it's honey, which you never bring in the last
brought
week.
honey last
Yeah, I
week.
was going to say this. You brought mushroom honey.
Yeah.
You're the only person in the world who gets high on edibles and then like, I
I have the munchies. Oh, let me eat some more edibles. No, I don't think you. What do you look at? It's fucked up.
We're trading.
You can't keep saying that for what?
Okay, not that is. If you were trading, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. Oh, anything now, Russia's just going to kill Ukraine. They run out of money. That's almost over.
And I'm not over
Enough with this Ukraine shit. It's big bang, eat little bang. We've been doing it for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, let's say they get Ukraine, right? They're going to come up to fucking June next. If they catch you, you want to be trained. If they get all the way over here, they start shoving you with edibles.
Listen, when Russia reaches the U.S. borders, I'll take as many mushrooms as you want.
All right? Don't come crying to me. Because they're going to be giving me mushrooms. I'm going to feel nothing. I might bend down. You can keep fucking sticking it to me, cocksucker. You're going to be there. Wait, I need a cheese cracker. I need a head for meatballs. No, there's no fucking meatballs in Gaza. Okay?
Yeah, because they don't have pork in Gaza.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I gotta live with it. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I'm positive. No, you're so sorry. I'm positive. My training means with Marines. We're not in the Navy, we're not the Coast Guard, we're not in the Army. We're fucking Marines. We go in there first. So, that's the key. We're the ones that go in there and get blown up or lit on fire.
Oh, so I'm pre-lighting myself on fire?
Sure, why not? You're Jewish, you know. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. You gotta be prepared for the unexpected. Look at all the Jews going on the world right now. You don't know. You might be walking down the street and these.
You keep saying that. One guy keeps messaging me. You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet? You get mugged yet?
You're gonna get hit in the head.
I don't want to get hit in the head.
One of those college students from Columbia that hates Jews all of a sudden. All of a sudden he's gonna have 3 beers and he's gonna clock you in the head with 3 of his little faggy friends. I'm gonna come crying to me the next night. That's all I'm saying.
I apologize.
I don't know if you people have been paying attention. I've been paying attention to this because it's a fucking great question to ask yourself. Today, basically, the 14th was 5 years since the pandemic started. Today was official. They shut everything down. 5 years ago, New Yorkers were going crazy. No St. Patty's Day. You're done with it. Go drink at home. You know what I'm saying? Go drink and puke at fucking home. Same difference. But it's crazy. That's been 5 years ago. Now, I'm not here to talk about Fauci or the pandemic or the fucking shot. I don't give a fuck. But it's so weird. Like, I want you guys to think about 5 years ago how much your life has changed.
It's crazy. I mean, you take the pandemic out of it. My life is completely, like, if you had asked me, if you told me this is what my life would be, I wouldn't have believed it. It's completely different. There's almost, the only thing that's the same is this. And everything else is different. And it's, I'm not going to say not everything is better, but at least for me, I'm very, luckily, I'm like, it's like 1,000 times better than I would have imagined.
What were you going through when they said everything shut down?
We were living in LA. I have no idea really what I was, but I was at close to 300 pounds, if not over it.
Over it.
Well, the thing is, I don't know. Well, I don't think so, because by December of that year, it was 336. So between March and December, it's probably close. But I was single. I wasn't very happy. But the weird thing is, like, I thought I was. I didn't think I was unhappy. There were parts of my life that I wasn't happy with, but I didn't think like this is like probably the happiest I've been that I can remember in my adult life, which is crazy. But like comedy I was having a blast at comedy, but honestly, I wasn't tired of it, but it was just I was really only doing open mics, and that can get a little bit old. And I was single and living in LA, and it's my whole life has done like a complete 180.
How did your mind change and stuff?
Well, it's kind of hard. I have like 2 different minds. I like stand-up mind and like a personal mind. My personal mind, I feel like I've gotten stronger. I've had some good and bad shit happen, and like I feel like I'm definitely stronger. But we were talking before the podcast started about experience, and it's just, until you experience certain things, you don't know how you're gonna deal with it or who you're gonna be. And like moving, like this move that I did over the last 6 months has been like a lot of good and a lot of bad and a lot of like it's just not easy. Like it's not that my life was easy now, but it was a lot more comfortable.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we did the podcast twice a week. I was in the same apartment for 6 years. And I wasn't really challenging myself, I guess.
No, we don't.
Yeah. And I like, you know, the weight loss, you can say, I joined the gym 2 weeks ago, which I would have, now you begged me for years to do that, and I never would. I just went to two classes. I went to a yoga class, which I thought was going to be easy. Turns out yoga is not fucking easy. And then I went to a class the next day that made yoga look really fucking easy. But I can't tell you, to take comedy out of it, how happy I am. Like, I don't know if anyone else watching this can relate to it, and it doesn't have to be New York. But for me, it's New York. For me, New York has like always been the place I wanted to be. And so for me, I'll just I'm gonna be. I was waiting at the train station yesterday before a set, and like there was a band playing in the train. And this is you're making fun of me, but like, I teared up a little bit, and I'm not really a crier, but like I don't know, man. There's something about if 16-year-old me saw where I was, like you'd be really fucking excited for what. And I don't know how excited he would have been looking at 31-year-old me. You know, it's been pretty crazy, and it's crazy because it's a lot's changed in 5 years, but it's also been like the last year has changed a lot, I think, for both of us. So I mean, I'm becoming a completely different person.
Last week, I was thinking about my fuck. It's the same as the other pandemic. The 14th was on a Friday, and I got the call that was shutting down movies, the store, and all that. And then Monday, it's official. And I mean, you know, you guys are gonna think I'm fucking crazy. I was doing 4 theaters a weekend, right? 2 podcasts, 4 fucking planes. I was trying to raise a daughter, and I was fucked up 3/4 of the day. Fucked up. I had to go getting up at 7 with 18 bomb hits. It was just too much. And it was, you think you're happy. You're picking up money, you could stand up, your sets are good. The store was fucking at its best ever.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget the day they said, like, we're done. And like, I just was like, thank fucking God. And they were like, yeah, I opened up in June, not for me. Like, after like the 3rd day, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I knew I was leaving already. I knew this was the perfect.
All right, so here's what I can do because I don't want to mess up your account. I'll create a new account, and you may have to send me your name. You can send that to me in Discord or whatever, and then I'll create it under your name. I'll have to use like a different phone number, but you can always change that later. I'll create a password, and I'll pass the first test, or I'll do my best to. And then once I do, I'll give you all the information for it, and you take it from there. Yeah. Yeah. $1,000. You have to really say, like, is this something that you want to do? Exactly, this gives you an opportunity. Right. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If you don't pass the second round, we can always do it again, and I'll do it for you the second time.
Is there any way to negotiate on price with
Well, here's the thing. I have to get a phone number for you. I've got to create the account. I've got to take like a 1-hour-long test or 2-hour-long test. So there's some buying for me, and I'm working on my own projects right now. That's something that I don't necessarily want to do. But yeah, I'm sure you could, if you want, I can tell you how the routes you could go. I'm sure you could find someone on Fiverr to do it for you for you. So that if I use .com, you can just pull up the touch system to be able to pass it over. So yeah, that's what I would look for. And let's say um, I pass it, I give you all the stuff though, and then you do the second test or whatever, and it works out, and then you have to drop. If it doesn't work out, or you say, hey, as much as you want, as much as you want. No, you're your own boss. You're your own boss. So they give you options to choose, and then you just choose which ones you want. And then if you are interested in them, then you pick the job. If like you have, if you need to work. If you don't need to work, then obviously you don't have to take the job. But no, you don't have a boss. You log your hours in for it just it automatically logs your hours for you. And so the um, the process is this. You create an account, you pass the first test. Once you pass the first test, then you have to pass the second test. And that's like a 3 or 4 hour deal. Like 2 or 3 or 4, something like that. You can do multiple tests, and they um, then once you pass those, they give you an opportunity to take different assignments. So you don't have to take any assignments. Like my account, I haven't taken any just because I haven't needed to. But should I want to, then I just click one, and then it allows me to do like as many hours as I want to work in a week. So I can work 0 to 40. Then you just program it out. They, if you earn more than $600 a year on it, you probably going to. Then they send you I believe it's a 10 point. 10 point. But sure.
another way of thinking? Say if this doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean,
Like they just can't withstand the tensions that they,
yeah,
because I have never done this before.
right,
I'm pretty sure I can.
sure. So another way to do it, or another um, way to make money. I mean, there are like little ways, like there are ways to make like you want to work from home, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want, so I have certifications, and I'm a certified project management professional. So that took me some years to do. Um, but that allowed me to work some very large contracts, $120,000, $180,000 a year, some $240,000 a year. And so if that's something that you're interested in, I can help you with that. And I can advise you on that with our if you are interested in, I also have some certifications of big data. If you're interested in not that big of a, like those are big contracts, and those require you to have like, like consistent internet. You have to be like on camera sometimes, some other things. If you're interested in like, and those you do have. If you're interested in not having a boss, just being able to work on a beach or whatever, there are other AI programming sites that you can use and do. They also have the call-in services, so like you get paid like $10 to $20 an hour just to do like customer service. But those you need like a telephone if you have. Um, but sometimes they send you a telephone. With the project management positions, those kind of positions, they send you a laptop. So it depends on the type of role. Other ones, you're just looking at like small amounts of money. They have, you have seen people who do surveys. So you can make like not tons of money doing surveys, but maybe like an extra $100 a week or so doing surveys. And then they also, well, I've seen game testers, which might be something that you might be interested. Um, so a game tester, there are people who create games and they need people to test them. And so yeah, basically a way to do it. I think you make like $15 an hour doing that. And I'm not cheating at $9 an hour for that, but it's off the top of my head. Work from home jobs. I mean, like there are serious ones that you can get that are just to get on like the computer or read or a career builder. But those again, you're going to have a boss. And you don't want a boss. You want to be able to live on a tractor island and just take work whenever you want. And not have to answer it every so. At least with the website path that I've proposed, there's a way for you to be able to do that. And if you're, if you're inclined, then once you are approved for it, you can start taking work right away.
I would, oh my goodness. I have to think about it.
Okay, I understand. Absolutely. Um, what I can tell you, is, if you're going to do it, then what I can guarantee you is that I can get you an account that is past the first test, and I can develop that information.
I'll be honest, the price is kind of steep, so it's very,
I would, I recognize that, but you've got to see it as this is your opportunity and not have to have it.
no, I just want to be that's
Yeah.
no, but, you get what I'm saying. Plus, I understand the question.
Right.
I just know once I go back
gold world would be you drive for 8, 10, 12 hours or whatever a day, and then what you really you just chill. Oh yeah, no, you can't do that. This gives you an opportunity to do that. I mean software, just any remote software. Yeah, I mean, there are. I wouldn't suggest starting your own business. Um, there's a lot of overhead with that. There's a lot of risk in that. If you just don't have the experience in that, I know you have. I should say you have your own business now, but not like a technical business. So it would be probably a big risk for you. Um, what? So you want to know what other kind of I mean, the best thing to do is just go on Indeed and look for remote work. But again, those are going to have losses. And if you want to avoid loss, this is a way to do it. And if, no, I do this, but I don't want to do this together. And not anything against you, but I don't. I think that I have an opportunity, an incredible opportunity. I create robots. Like that's what I'm doing, and my robots are profitable for me to the extent that they get people to tweet about me and talk about me and things. That's important for me to go viral. And well, I don't really charge for them. I can teach you how to make them. So I mean, there's that. So there's this. You could. There are things called crypto faucets. Do you know what crypto faucet is? Okay, so they're crypto faucets. Basically, like a thing that you have to click like every hour, which gives you free crypto. And you can create robots that can do it for you, and those can earn money for you through cryptocurrencies. No, I'm not doing that, but I've had people request that I teach them how to do it, and I tell them how to do it. It's not very hard. You just need like a computer, and you can like basically leave it going indefinitely. And you just need like do something that your mom can look at, or you're somebody who you trust with your computer, just to make sure that it's operating. If anything goes wrong, they might have to click one or two things, but it's not going to work. It's just like, let's say the computer is shut down or something, power outage or something. They might have to show them, hey, we have a power outage. This is how you turn the computer on. You have to start this program. It will just automatically generate income. You can get any kind that you really want. I've known of Bitcoin ones, I've known of Ethereum ones, I've known of Solana ones, I've known of Sui ones. Yeah.
That's like I know it's free. That's my forte. What cost did you say?
No, not studying person. They have remote work that you can do where they send you a headset and a telephone, and you basically take calls on it. So like I'm looking at these Bitcoin projects right now. You're Bitcoin at your own pace. You can get 15 Satoshi every time you click this button. Now it is limited to one every 10 minutes, but you just create. So what you would
just 15 Satoshi. 15 cents to 20 cents worth. So not even a fucking
right, but here's the thing: you can create multiple instances and have it generate like a penny a second or a penny a minute. But like you need a computer set to do it. You need like one probably like $2,000 computer, and then you can run multiple at the same time, like using different ones. Now you're gonna want a PC. And so we just dedicate it. So let's see what we can make. You could probably with a $2,000 PC, you could run um, 30 different headless browsers simultaneously, and I would teach up your macros. That's pretty easy. It's not, but once you get the hang of it, it's pretty easy. I can even create it for you. Okay, so right now, 15 Satoshi is 0.000 USD. So 0.001.
If I just launch one of those shares,
You're on shivers, you're on like, can you say to go to the bathroom? Okay, so basically, like with one computer, you can make maybe something like 3 cents every minute, perhaps. And then, so 3 cents a minute is like $1 give you an hour, and that times 24 hours, $43 a day, times 365 is like $15,000. And then if you bought a couple of computers, you could probably just sit and go all day. And so let's say you bought, like, you'd make $15,000 a year doing nothing, just having the computer click something. Like what I program my robots to do is to like and upload people's posts on Blue Sky, and it's working for me right now. I just need to make sure that it continues to go well. And it automatically promotes me because what I have to do is whenever it likes or uploads anybody, it says please join Rabbi's Discord and gives the Discord link. So it's like free promotion for me. And basically, if I were to do the project for you, I would buy 5 computers. Yeah, I can buy like these computers at $200 each, and I would just make more of them. In your case, I mean, you want something that you can work like literally on the. You want to be able to sit in a lawn chair on the beach in the Virgin Islands or something like that, right? Like you don't want a bunch of computers, correct? Okay. Well, I mean, sure, but you gotta find somebody who wants your opinion on things. You could definitely be a logistics consultant, but there are a lot of people who have much of your experience, and this is already generally handled, and it's just that we never need to know about it.
Yeah, but AI doesn't.
Right, no, I understand.
I still think AI is a good thing. Like you were talking about the automated truck. I can see that, right? But there's a lot of experience that I have that
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time until it's better than humans, and it's already working on life.
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
you can't. I don't think they truly help with that.
Okay, I'm ready for that.
I don't think you realize I go from LA to the Midwest and come back in 1 week. That's
I know.
I don't think you can beat that.
You easily can beat that. Yes, because these AI trucks don't have to sleep.
No, but they do have to.
That's all they have to do is refuel. That's it. And it's all automated. It's all automated.
Takes you 10 minutes.
Yeah. So it takes 10 minutes for them to fuel. And then, actually, they don't even need that because many of them are electric. So they just need to recharge. And it's a little different. No, it doesn't. They just switch out batteries. It's already It's already being done. It's already being done. Waymo is already has fleets of these things. Uber, you can take a Waymo Uber, a Waymo um, Lyft, and they're all automated. And they're very successful. They haven't killed anything. They're in quite a few different cities. They're in LA, they're in San Francisco. And so, like, issues occur, like somebody jumps in front of the car and blocks it. Well, what does it do? It calls the police, and the police come and move the people. Or it like I've seen them where somebody's inside and a person on the outside starts like slamming on the window. Then there's a way for the passenger to call Waymo customer support and just report what's going on, and then they send the police or they have the vehicle drive to safety. I'm not saying that what you do isn't important. You're the backbone of the country. I'm just saying that give it 5 years and it's going to be better than any human. And what I mean by that is they will have these fleets of the. Okay, I know. Okay, that's fine. Every other human in the United States is a truck driver that will be able to be. Perhaps not you. And I'll give you that. You're the best truck driver to ever be behind the wheel. So, with that being said, all of the other truck drivers will be put out of a job because these automated cars, automated trucks, I should say, are more efficient. They don't have to take breaks. They're always on time, and they basically do everything in a safe manner. They don't ever fall asleep on the road. They don't ever have to go to a rest stop. The refueling that they do is perhaps as fast as traditional diesel refueling when they just switch out a battery. I've seen these things. It just takes a battery off of um, the front of the truck, or behind the part where you sleep, and then just puts another battery in there, just like you do with a cell phone or something like that. And then it's able to drive for another 1,000 miles. But the key to it is that it doesn't have to stop. That's why these robots are replacing people, and the, the key benefit is they don't need benefits. They don't have any kind of rest that they need. They don't need breaks. They can work 24 hours a day. When people can't do that. Now, with all that being said, you're going to be fine for the next 5 years or so. But with the next, after that, you're going to have some stiff competition. Now, I think that you really, with your confidence, could be the last human truck driver there. And perhaps you'll be in 10 years sometime, which I think you could be. If you're that good. You've been doing it for a long time without any major issues. That's really impressive. And where there, you'll also need people like you, perhaps, for the outlier truck driving is like where you need to drive a truck, perhaps, long. Uh, I mean, even like ice road truckers, that's probably a better opportunity for AI drivers. Um, but even things like heavy crane operators, those are all being replaced. Um, so you basically can be on the other side of that and train the AI. And this gives you an opportunity to do that. And I understand, I'm someone who thinks that you're very talented and what you do, and I want you to be able to do it for as long as you want, but you don't want to do it anymore. But you have to really see what you want to do. If you want to sit without any computers except one on a beach and basically live in peace, let's just say like Puerto Rico or something, which might be the 51st state, it might be a very good spot for you to post up. You're an American citizen, so everything transfers, then this is a great opportunity for you. I mean, probably the best thing you can do is the big issue with Puerto Rico or any of those Caribbean islands with this kind of job are power outages. They go like 3 or 4 days sometimes. Sometimes 2 weeks without power. So you buy a generator. Yeah, but I mean that's going out. So you need fuel and things like that. But yeah, that can work. Absolutely. So that's the way to do it. Um, and I mean, there are other opportunities as well. There's um, NBC. I think I mentioned it earlier. Um, Survey sites, a way to do it. I'm like reading about someone who made like $700 last month doing that. Survey site. Yeah, I mean you you don't do just that. You do like a few of these things simultaneously if you want. Um, I saw one that might be of interest to you. I think you pay $10 an hour to write subtitles for different like videos. That's of interest to you. But have you ever had a computer job?
Yeah.
So you got to say to yourself, is this something that I even want? I mean, you're asking yourself that, but
No, no, no. Okay. So I can't make a transition. It's not that
okay,
I can't do it right. It's just a transition over because I can see it writing on the wall on a, like you're saying, a lot of things are going automated and like you know, self-test company that can do something online that I can be some kind of better asset. You know,
exactly.
the only thing is I don't know what I can do and how I'm pretty good at giving people advice and stuff like that. Maybe I could do relationship counseling. Maybe I can
So what
I
you
don't know
what
about financially because
no, you don't have the experience to be able to do any of those things except in logistics, which might be something. Why don't you do this? Why don't you just focus for an hour or two and take the automation, the artificial intelligence test on your own? If you pass it, then you save yourself $1,000, and then you go and take take a few hours or days off and take the second and third test. I think it's just a second test. I should say it's not a third test. You can take third tests if you want. If you want to, like, you can you can. I don't want to say you can specialize in different things. But basically, like, you should just take the test yourself and see how you do.
yeah, I just feel like that's you got to see it's like I don't know if that's good.
Exactly. So this gives you an idea if it's something that you would want to do long term, but you never know until you do it. So, I mean, that's the best thing. If the price is an issue, which I completely understand, so just take it on your own. And you'd be like, okay, well, I'm getting paid $1,000 to do this test because I'm not asking somebody else to do it. And if I pass, great. I saved myself $1,000, and now I'm on to round two. And I take that, and if I pass that, then they give me in like 2, 3 days. They'll give me an email and tell me I passed what I needed. Then I can start working remote immediately. I don't have a boss. I can start doing this for 6 months to a year or whatever. Um, and I also drive, and then eventually transition to my career.
Yeah, maybe. I just wish, I guess, I just wish I had the experience right.
Definitely. But I mean, I think I've given you good advice. Take the test on your own. It's not like you can't pass it or that it's impossible. It's really something that you should be able to pass. And then from there, especially with the tools I've given you, and if you don't pass it, then let me know, and I'll create an account and pass it for you. That's what you want. Or you just may say, you know what, I don't like this. I don't like being in front of a computer for an hour, so I know I'm not going to like work.
The only thing is I haven't focused yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't be any you're constantly, you're constantly building stuff on there. You know how to maneuver, you always size and stuff. So I can see why it's something easier to do. And it is for me, it's a little tougher just because I feel more with illegal stuff.
Absolutely. I get that.
Like, I don't
Absolutely not. I'd be bored.
what I'm saying. That's not being really pressure and things. I'm saying you can drive, right? You can drive, but just not understand.
Yeah,
Actually, drivers that can drive, can drive anything out of the day.
absolutely. I understand that. I don't want to.
I mean, that's, no,
Even when I did drive, I would use assisted cruise control as much as I could. That basically would help drive the car forward.
yeah, I use cruise control.
Not cruise control. Not cruise control. Assisted cruise control, which would brake for me, and it could also is essentially part of an automated driving package that I have. So that means like normal cruise control just says, there you go. And that's too many others.
Yeah, Mercedes had that.
There you go. So my Honda has it. And it's very nice that if I ever, basically, you saw it. It was it's a Ford. Nevertheless, 2018 Ford had assisted driving, and so it keeps you in the lines, or in the lanes, and it also does. And I'm sure it's better now, which is a 7-year-old car, and it will has assisted cruise control. So basically, if you're driving and there's a stoppage in front of you, it will stop for you. You just basically have to oversee the system. And, when you get into Teslas and things like that, they have full automated driving. Like, so you just basically type in where you are, and it will drive you there. So, I'm sure that's going to be on big trucks soon. If it's not already, it's already being tested. And that might be something that, is kind of something that you might be able to use to bridge. I mean, the real key is, do you have the stamina to do a 1 hour test? If you do, go do it and pass it, which I think you can. I would not say to you, this is the hardest test I've ever taken. I actually think you will pass it. You just have to have the stamina to be able to get through like 10 questions or whatever. So go take it. You get like 3 hours to do it, and it doesn't take that long. You do it in 30 minutes to an hour. Go take it, come back, and tell me that you passed it or whatever. I'm sure, and if you don't, then just pay it one time and get it till you get it. So that's been what I've thought as well, and it's been something that I think you may want to test out. So what you might do is, if you just want to take a practice run, just put in a blank name or whatever, just like maybe your first initial and your last name, your first initial and your last initial. You don't. You only have to send your ID at the end when you're going to get paid. So you can make adjustments. Excellent. I think you'll be able to pass it, and then I mean, when it's a way to be able to subsidize your income, but it's not like I wouldn't say that site's going to be available 30 years from now. You know what I mean? Like, there's kind of a window, but I think right now it'll be available probably for the next 5 years, and so that might be something that might be attractive to you. But once you get into IT, then from there you'll be able to transition to real job because you'll have experience building it. And once you can put that on your resume and you've done it for a few years, then you'll be able to get the kind of contracts and you also get certifications and everything. But go take the test. Go take the test. Let me know how you do. Excellent. And I know you can get it. And if I had any advice to you, I mean, you should see it as I'm going to save myself $1,000 if I do this test on my own. And if anything, just create a different account and go under that account and try to pass it. And then just don't necessarily, I don't remember what the sign up is, but just wherever the first name and last name is, you just put your initials or whatever. And if you don't pass it, then just take another shot. You'll eventually pass it, and then when you do, you have saved yourself $1,000. You don't. You said it. You don't know if you have to stand and be able to do it. I understand. Keep me updated, okay? Excellent. Take care of yourself. You're welcome.
This opportunity, when I came back here, she just brought them to me. What the fuck am I doing now? I really just, I'm coming over to eat at night over here. And I would be home by 9. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in LA? And then I went back, and that pandemic hit, and I was like, thank God. And they called me, like, do you want to reschedule your dates? I'm like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm not rescheduling shit. Call me when this is over.
So,
No, it's going to be over September. You better be prepared. And they kept calling you to go to Florida and Texas because they were wide open. Like 2 weeks after the pandemic, like, yeah, go to Texas. Agents are calling you. I guess Pennsylvania was doing it. I'm like, guys, I don't think you heard it. I ain't going nowhere. They were like, fucking get pissed. Oh, because I was like, they're like, what do you want to do about these dates in July? You want to keep them? You want to reschedule? Cancel them. And they're like, what do you mean? Cancel. Give them the money back. Don't reschedule. And then I moved from this. And I remember that I went to a party. This was already open. Not full, but it was kind of open. At that time, I went to a party at the Florentine's house. And my sister goes, she goes, I was there last week at Parks Casino. And they still got your flyer. You going on next week. And I was furious. I went home and called the agent. I go, give them their fucking money back. Oh, you're bad. You're like, no. Give them their fucking money back. I got so uncomfortable during the pandemic.
Yeah, you really.
Oh, I was uncomfortable. I was irritable. I didn't want to hear it. I was sick of living in LA. Like, I was just done. Like, for me, it was a fucking godsend.
And no part of you. And Parks is a different story because it's a big deal. It's like a big place. But like, no part of you like wanted to get on stage just to like get that out of your system.
I was burnt the fuck out. And I had no idea what it felt to be burnt out. And I was burnt out emotionally, physically, and mentally. Like my body was done. The anxiety was up to a different level. I was popping the Xanaxes. And the Xanaxes were giving me anxiety. No, yeah, they were like fuel. It just bounced. It's called a bounce or some shit. And I couldn't focus. I could not focus. I still remember Ari coming to the house and me going, when is this kid gonna leave? Like, I can't have him here. I couldn't have people in the house. There was no fucking way I could have people that close.
What was fueling the anxiety or the burnout?
The burnout was 10 years of nonstop. I didn't take vacation. You know me, bro. I mean, I'm one of those guys that we're gonna stop now and take a 12-day vacation to Hawaii. First off, it ain't gonna work out for me because I see everything in 3 days. After 3 days, if I didn't see it, we'll catch it next time. I ain't got time for 4 fucking days. You know, that was my mentality. You know, I'm a basketball guy. If you're not practicing, somebody else is.
Absolutely.
Okay, if you're on the beach for 12 days, there's a motherfucker out there that's practicing all day. And you're down there hanging out with Flipper. But that works for 3 days, Uncle Joey. I don't drink. You know, I don't drink. So after like 1 drink, the sun hits you, I get a migraine. That shit failed. You go to the water, you know, you see some people, you go to a restaurant, trying to look, I gotta make money. You know, that was always my mentality. Right. I don't understand people going vacation. I never understood it. We ain't got time because I don't want to hear you coming to me. Going, what's going on? I'm like, bitch, you want to do vacations? You want to do vacations for 18 days. One for a fucking wedding for 9 days. Who the fuck are you? My main thing was like, who the fuck are you to go on a vacation? When you got $1 million, then you go on vacation, you don't have to worry about it. But you want a vacation by the end of the day, you're like, this is going on a Visa card. And I just lost 10 days of work with my family. And they're at Disney robbing me blind.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you're thinking about. But these are the same people that are coming to you 3 years. I don't know what's going on with my business. Well, every summer you go down the shore like you fucking earned it. Like you're Johnny Bumby. You're not Johnny Bumby. You gotta work, bitch. You know, I never understood that.
Has your mindset changed over the 5 years?
Fuck no.
Okay.
I still don't want to go anywhere for more than 3 fucking days. And that shit can do.
Okay.
We're gonna sit there, you know, when you're 90. Maybe you can sit there with your feet up like those dudes in a fucking Corona commercial. You know, Snoop Dogg and the white dude. You can't do that.
But knowing what you know, knowing that you burnt out, do you wish you took? I'm not saying 14 days to sell the plans, but
I wish I would have taken time to smell the roses. But that still doesn't mean vacation. When maybe one more concert a week at the Hollywood Bowl. I should have taken Beat Delray after more concerts. Maybe going to do a couple sporting events. I should have done that. But I had so many people that cry in LA. So many people cry in life. I never want to be one of those guys. Somebody offers you money, they offer you a $4 gift. Can you imagine 10 years from now, you fucking $4 short on the rent and you're like, I should have taken that gig. Right. That's how I think.
Did you see Bill Burr's special yet?
Yeah, bits and pieces.
Because his whole thing, like a big part of it was like how he changed his point of view or his relationship with his wife. And it was, you know, it was interesting. I thought the special was really good. But, you know, changing your perspective. So, like, now that you're starting to do more stand-up again, are you going to smell the roses more? Are you going to do anything?
I have a daughter. That's my rose. That's my rose. Where am I going to fucking go? Like, you know, you have to be where you got to be there. You got to pick her up like everybody else. Fucking happen upon it. I don't know why. You know, I don't want to live through that shit. That's my biggest fear. Right? So I had to have daddy issues. I lived in LA for 23 years. Everybody I met had daddy issues. And you could fucking see it. So that's my rose. Yeah, spend time with her. But at the same time, you know I was spending time with her before LA. Of course. You know, I was always there during the week. On the weekends, I was gone. And she told me. She told me when she was 7, you gotta stop. And I said, you're right. You're right. And I said, like right now, I got shit people offering me. I ain't missing a softball game. Why would I? I don't want to miss a fucking softball game. Whatever you got to offer me, because every time I'm at a softball game on a Saturday or Sunday, I always ask myself to check myself. Where would I rather be right now? And you put yourself in scenarios. I'd rather be in a Chinese wedgie. Shooting up morphine, just sitting there with my mouth open. That sounds like fun. I'd rather be here. Okay, so that's how I feel. Like I can't sit on the hotel room all day on a Saturday ever again. Like ever again. Well, I did it for 30 fucking years. I did it for 30 years to wake up on a Saturday, have a great breakfast, take a walk around the town, and now it's 1 o'clock. And your show's at 8 o'clock, and you gotta sit in your hotel room, and maybe go to a movie, and then you call home. My wife's out with the girls, and they're jumping up and down, the kids are yelling, and you gotta sit in your lonely hotel room, listen to these kids having a good time. Right. And so that was my smell the roses. Ever since they put me in a fucking hospital a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I looked at my wife and I go, this is completely different. So I changed my perspective. This is completely different now. You know, I always love my wife, you know. I like to strangle her sometimes. I love my wife, like 25 years, but you have to look at things a lot differently. But that shit I was doing, like I told you, I would take a boxing class or whatever, kickboxing. I get 16 calls, 45 minutes. I have to get up, we go out, get out of for nothing. Nothing. You're not telling me this shit later. Nothing. Once I realized that, I'm not picking up these phone calls no more. Let them fucking call 8 times. I'm not picking it up. 16, 17 phone calls. 45 fucking minutes. Hi. Never paid me too much. Music you want, listen. Go fuck you. They volley. They fucking the agents put desperation in you. Oh, we got a gig for you. You gotta take it. Gotta take this gig up, right? No. It just was something that I just fell apart. That's what really happened. I just fucking fell apart. It was like, I remember still getting on stage here. It was an outdoor show. I don't know out there. I see bats flying. Shit, fucking. There's a fucking moving weeds. I got up there and I had to look around the whole time. You can see the mosquitoes look like me and shit. I'm like, I'm not doing this. I didn't understand that for a while. I didn't do it for a long fucking time. And then after I got back on stage, guess what? When I stood up, that's crazy. Couldn't even break through like a barrier of, couldn't even break through, couldn't take the material, couldn't be funny, didn't even care. So I stopped again for like another 11 months and then I'm getting on fucking stage. I was done, guys. And I'm done now. I get people offer me shit all the time. Movies, like, I gotta go all the way up there, do that, and listen to that nonsense. If it's like a high-end fucking movie, but I'm like the shit in the movie, yeah, because I'm worried or something. But for me to do a movie, for fucking people I don't know, go away for 4 days, I'm not doing that no more. I just don't, you know. If it's something exciting, like Kung Fu, or pushing off a plan or something. Right. Fuck, I would love to push that motherfucker off the plane. Oh, yeah. I love it. I'm just saying. You want to be like, I don't want to do no fucking, you want me to go to Vegas to be a mobster. I'm not doing that the second week of July. Get that. It's 140 degrees. Yeah, I gotta shoot. Fuck you. I'm not doing that shit. I'd rather not have insurance. Jesus Christ. I'd rather not have insurance. I'd rather pay the money than have to put up with that. I want to do something that's cool, right? You know? Stand up, same thing. If you think I'm leaving for Thursday or Saturday, you got rocks in your fucking head. I'll tell you, I'm going to leave Thursday after the show. Jesus. I'll run up once I start thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not staying here Friday and Saturday. I'm catching the first flight out of here in the morning. And that's like, because I know you, right? But that's what changed me after the podcast. And a little bit more patience. I wanted to be around my family a lot more. I wanted to be, I was out there in the wild for 23 years with those savages. And there was a lot of people that I really had a good time with in LA. There was a lot of people who meant the world to me in LA. But there was a lot of motherfuckers I didn't like. A lot more than what I liked. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Like, I liked a certain amount of people. I feel more comfortable down in New Jersey. Okay. And this is the comfort I needed. There was no way I was going to pick up after LA and move to another state. So it was not going to happen. I was not going to leave LA. The only state I considered over Jersey was Colorado. But they didn't have no school the whole year. So I was like, I'm going back to Jersey. I can't take my daughter to go for another fucking year. You shoot yourself in the head with a computer in the back. Fuck that.
Do you think if Colorado had school, would you have gone there?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
I think I would have been here.
Yeah. Would it have been too much?
I think I wasn't ready to go and be a stranger.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to be a fucking stranger in LA and this stuff from scratch. No, I'm 60. What am I here? I love that I live here now. Where I live is a lot of the boring side. But that's how I like it. You gotta heard something outside. There was a kid that crashed. I'm like, what the fuck is outside the yard, And I enjoy that. And I enjoy my life now. I don't have much going on down there, which was a hard transition from Studio City to just moving down there was rough. And I figured out, like, ever since the first few years, I've been going out. I used to take a ride. Now I'm not smoking dope. I don't even take that ride. If somebody calls me from LA, and I got shit going on, I'll leave here at 7. And that's 4 in LA, and I can still talk to them about whatever they call me. That's the only time I'll take a ride. But I don't really want to hang out at bars anymore. I don't want family.
How do you feel not smoking?
It was time. She's getting older. Kids are starting to come over the house. I smoke all day, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm one of those guys that I'm probably like everybody else. I get up in the morning, I have a cup of coffee, I do like 30 minutes, and I'm sparking at all this stuff. Most people are drinking coffee and watching CNN. What's Trump doing today? And I'm already fucking out in the garage, bang, bang, bang. Right, and that's what lets me know what the day is going to bring. Like, as sad as it sounds, man, I don't know what I want to do today. And now, I'm not smoking. And again, I know what I want to do. And sometimes I just blast off with that syringe. I was going down there by one day. I went down there the other day, boy, I said, give me all the thought. This is going to be a long week. Sometimes I put them on the mushroom. Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah. And you don't want to act like you're sober. There's no sober.
There's no sober.
At all. Which, by the way, these are starting to kick in.
Saturday, I was sober. Friday, I was sober.
Nothing.
But Sunday, shit. The Lord's Day. You gotta be ready on the Lord's Day. You gotta be crying. I don't give a fuck about the rest of the week. But Sunday is just a good day to get fucked up early.
Do you miss smoking at all?
Yes and no. Because I'm addicted to this. Fucking get the blood out and playing with your weed. Going to get it. It's good. 38%. You fucking dry it. I have systems in my house. I have like the drawer when it's wet. And I dry it in here. Then it gets promoted to the top shelf. And then I'll smoke it. And I have like 4 kinds up here. But I have 3 kinds down there. So I have like this little game going.
Yeah, of course.
Now the little game is over.
Well, you did it, I don't know, 40-something years, 50-something years you smoked every day. Do you ever think fuck, I'm just gonna smoke?
No, because I don't want to end up back in the hospital. Right. It doesn't make it. Listen, I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that I'm out of the hospital after 2 weeks. No problems. I'm not fucking gagging. I'm not chunky. So it's way out of the smoke. Yeah. In 6 months, I'm once you're off something for a while, just go, why am I going to go back to it? I'm already off this for a while. Now I got to start this up again. Which, and for me, it wasn't even fun.
Right, exactly.
Because I had to go down to the weed store every 2 days and mix the weed around. You got to find, there's just so much weed in Jersey. So you're looking at 3 stores every day. I'm looking at 3 different websites when I wake up in the morning. Looking to see who's got the best weed. I don't need that shit no more, man. I'm better put my energy into whatever the fuck I'm doing now. Right now, I'm just trying to get healthy. I got a couple shows coming up. I want to do the best job I can do. That's it. I have nothing else on my agenda. Everybody else can suck my dick.
And how does it feel? Like I'm trying to compare you to me, or even just you 10 years into stand-up. But now that you have all the power and all the control.
What power and control?
Because you can say, what do you mean? And maybe not, but to me, in my head, you could call any club in the world and be like, I want to come in, boom, boom, boom. I want to come in tonight. And you would never bump anybody.
No.
But you, at least for stand-up, the world is open to you. That's the way I look at it. I'm sure there's some clubs that might not like you or whatever. But like
I don't like that.
Exactly. But like to have that control and to be able to say no, like to say no to some things, I'm sure you 10 years ago, what the fuck are you saying no to?
Here's the secret to this. Here's the secret to this. You really don't think about this. We've always had the control. We just never wanted to impose it.
How?
And as you, like I told you, I had a rule after the 3rd year of comedy. I don't mind coming into your club and showcase. But I would make that up. And as you ever say something that you're saying it, you know you're fucking up. Because I was saying it, I knew I was fucking up. But at the same time, it was saving me 6 months of my life. And I would call people up and go, how you doing, Sean, Joe Diaz? Yeah, you're fine. I want to come into a showcase. Well, I'll be there Sunday night. Sean. And I would say it just like this. 3 years ago, I would come down there on a Sunday night at a showcase for the gentlemen. When I get off the stage, is there somebody going to be there to give me a week's worth of comedy? Now, that's 2 things. You're already putting the seat in the theater, but I want to book it. You know what I'm saying? That's just tough to say to somebody.
Yeah.
And number 2, I don't want to get off the stage after I kill. Did you tell me some story that you're going to tell the owner?
Right.
You just want an hour and night manager.
How
I'm
do you?
fucking club. And they would hang up on me.
Holy shit.
So I fuck myself. But I didn't give a fuck.
Saved you.
That little control thing was the whole thing that at least I got. Then they started with, you gotta send a tape.
Mm-hmm.
How many tapes I sent in my life? 1. And it was 1. Fuck you.
Yeah.
We've always had the control. It's just we don't take it. But then we get pissed off when people walk all over us.
Right. I ran into a situation, I wanted to fucking yell at someone yesterday, but he's associated in a way maybe with a club that I want to work at.
And they're not.
Right.
They're not.
Right.
Because they're bums. And they're going to threaten you. They're going to say you'll never work here again. And by the time you're rocking and rolling, they're not even in the business. Like the people that were in the business in 1997, when I got to LA, they were laying threats. I'm a manager. I never saw them.
Right.
They got into real estate, they're .com business.
Right.
Yeah, they got into .com. Everybody left. And maybe not everybody got into that .com.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of those people left. So these people are the ones that feel like, oh, I'm going to go to the club to do that. That's control. Anybody who knows a comedian knows you don't tell me what the fuck to say. Because whatever you tell me not to say, I'm going to go up there and say it first. That's why you don't put no boundaries on a comedian at all. So when I'm walking into your club, you're like, oh, excuse me. I don't want no fart jokes, no goofy jokes. Bitch, I'm going to open up with a fart joke just to piss you fucking off. Yeah? Okay, I saw this guy, Kevin Fitzgerald. Kevin Fitzgerald, you 2 guys are all young except for George. Kevin Fitzgerald had a show on Animal Planet. He was a vet with white hair. I don't know if you guys remember. Old dude. That dude looks old. That dude will fucking take your throat out. You know, he was in Vietnam. He was one of the crazy motherfuckers in Vietnam. Then he came back on the GI Bill and became a veterinarian. And then somewhere along the line he became a comic. But before that veterinarian shit, he was the Stone's bodyguard. He was on tour with the Stones when that shit happened. They got stabbed, at Altamont and all that shit. Kevin Fitzgerald, you look at him, he looks a little weird. That motherfucker got stories. And that motherfucker's dangerous. So, in 1993, he was at the County Works, and he did a joke about, this is your brain, and this is your brain on drugs. Remember, he used to be that. And when he got off stage, some big guy came up to him, he goes, Bill Hicks was here to open for Mr. Hicks said not to do that joke. Next time you open, he went back, thought about it, he goes, fuck Bill Hicks. He went up there and did the joke. The muscle guy came up to him again, and Kevin goes, I'm going to take his fucking throat out. But Bill Hicks came up to him and said, hey, we told you not to do that joke, and you did it. You're on tour with me.
Fuck, I would have said, I wouldn't have done the joke.
Guys, you have to somewhere as a comic say, this is what I'm going to do, and if you don't like it, I'm moving the fuck on. But that's what when they tell you, like, you can't say this at my club. Well, you called me, number one. And number two, I'm saying what I'm fucking saying. And if you want to hire me after this, that's fine. Right? But don't you ever fucking tell me what I can and cannot do.
Because I've been struggling with, I don't like feeling like this, but the feeling that I've felt in New York with stand-up is a little bit desperate. And I don't like feeling like it. But there's just no, it's hard. You're just kind of out there.
You're out there, bro.
And it feels like the Titanic, or the Titanic sinking, everyone's in the water. That's where I am, right? Oh, well, yeah, right now for sure. But I'm just talking, like, just even comedy-wise, you're just waiting for someone to help you to do something. And, like, if someone told me I don't want to hear this joke or that, I'm like, okay, whatever.
You know, feel desperate, but always have your fucking boundaries.
I don't like feeling desperate.
You have your own boundaries. Right. You know, it's like when I stopped doing comedy. I was a complete different comic, a complete different individual, because I didn't want a rough life. God forbid I can't get my package today. Right, you follow me? So, never mind the club or whatever. I was always concerned about that. Once I took that out of my life, it was completely different. And that's when my career really started, because I started telling people, like, this is what I'm doing. Yeah, you gotta listen. No. If you don't know the stories about it. I didn't work Sundays when I was beaching.
That's crazy.
I don't give a fuck. So, I'm not working. Why you working? Would you go in my that's the attitude. You gotta tell people. I talk to you for a second. It's Sunday. Would you make these motherfucking hair on Sunday? No. Then why are you making me come hair on Sunday? Call your mother next time to work on Sunday. And they'll look at you like, it's the truth. It's a production quality. So I'm auditioning for you at 5:30 downtown LA. Again, would you send your mother down there at 5:30? No, I wouldn't. Why are you sending me? All of them will be a decent time. And they'll either say no or they'll call it a decent time.
Right. But like that's where I was going with it, because they'll give you a decent time because they like you or they want you. And if you're just a nobody at the beginning, they're like, fuck you. If you don't want to come at 5:30, then fuck off.
Because when I started the store, this is the right. Of course. Okay, I love you. Still, it's part of the ride. Right. Midnight, a bunch of fucking, what do you call it, little kids in Brooklyn?
The hipsters,
whatever the fuck they call it. Little fags, whatever, sit there with the little fucking raccoon eyes. Or
right, yeah.
It's completely different. Of course. I still remember doing open mics at 2 in the morning. When Dad decided I wasn't going to fucking do it no more. And then I started doing those early ones. You do their fucking work. Hamburger Harry's at 4:30. There's no reason. The only reason to go in there is to get a noose and put it up on the thing. No, here's my 5 minutes. It's just hanging, son. They're rough, and I know you can do it.
Right.
But you have to, right now, they're giving you the wall.
Yeah.
You're a slum Jew. You got to figure out how to go around that wall. And they're going to give you another wall.
Right.
And you have to figure out how to go around that wall. That's what we were discussing. In the beginning, we got here, like, we're talking about how important basics is. Like I was talking about, I could take leave on the league. Fuck my wife, fuck Mercy, I'm going on the road every weekend. And I'll take them to 3,000 St. Peter's shows a weekend. And after 5 years, you'll be a great comic. until he has to do a show in front of 20 people. He's going to lose it. Lose it. Your legs going to start twitching because that you didn't cover the bases. And it's like that old commercial. Remember Benzoil, George? You did your penny down, but you was a baby later. Yeah, but you don't pay, motherfucker. So get it over with now. Instead of right now, you know, you want a new bag in New York. They're not going to open the doors for you and do you no, you're in college. You already know that. You got to get there. Now, I'm going to be as honest as I can. I couldn't figure out New York. That's why I got the fuck out of here. Because I didn't know 4 people to bring to the show. Right. When George needed to disappear. Yeah. I would pay him $10. I'll be right back. You know, I went to get a lighter. Whatever. Right? So you can't do bring a show. Right. Fucking good animals. I got so lucky yesterday. You know, people in them, the spot goes through the morning. Every once in a while, you know, I think about the spot. But I would stop around every first week to get home. It didn't come before I had my spot. I had to cancel my spot. Right. So it was always a fucking nightmare. So I chose to develop in Colorado. Right. But you're doing a great job here. Consider it. Consider it. Now, like I said, I would love to walk with you. 20, 10. What's that going to do for you? Nothing. And now you force somebody. Right. And I've never asked you for that. Right. Because I know it would end off. If we did it in 10 different clubs, not over 80 or whatever we go, I like the fucking thing. Right. Dude, one of my, and I don't know if this is something to be proud of or not, but like one of the things I was most proud of in LA was that like I never had to call my parents and ask for money. That was one thing that I took pride in. And, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people listening don't, whatever they think about me being a stand-up, I know that I'm working really hard at it, and it's what I want, and I don't want to look back in 10 years and be like, oh, I only got in because Joey called X, Y, and Z. I'm having, as much as I'd love to be in at all the clubs right now, and I'd say yes if they called, I'm having fun, like, doing the bar. The only place that I'm happy right now is barbershops. I do barbershops every fucking month. Someone invites. I feel like it's like they fucking really bring me to a barbershop, and the shows are great. But I've done like 8 barbershops, and it's like, what the fuck? I'm only guy with no hair in a barbershop. But I love it. It's been to New York, and I did. It was a weird. Like, cause yesterday I did, I think, 3 mics. 2 of the mics got canceled. And the way I use mics for now is I really only use them to just say the words. Johnny Rock in LA gave me great advice of just like, you can't go there looking for a response. You just go there to crack. And like, that's what I'm using it for now. It's just as a, because it did. If I hadn't have done those mics in my set last night, I wouldn't have gone as well. Because I changed. I'm not at a place yet where I can look at my notebook and like see if things are gonna work or see if the order's right. I have to do it, and then I'm like, oh, okay, then that. So for me, that's what I'm using that stuff for New York. Because I am nowhere close to figuring out New York, but I'm further along today than I was in January when I really started. Because like even when I got here in September, I was gone every week. I was here in town for 2 days a week, maybe. I was watching something the other day where what's his name? Schultz. Yeah. And he was on Club Station. Mm-hmm. He was talking about Rogan. He was, you know, Rogan has made a lot of billion. You know, he's not going about it. I was sitting there going, fine. Rogan didn't make millions. He opened up the door for people. Mm-hmm. And people still had to do the work. Yeah. I know 10 guys that Rogan was helping that still feature actors. I know comics that wrote down with Dave Sussman. They're still feature actors. I still don't get the Walker shot. Somebody must be nice to Rogan before Adam Sandler. Uh-huh. Do you really think that's how they do shit? You know, like, so I know the feeling of people thinking, right, said something on a podcast, and I had to deliver goods every fucking night.
Right.
I still had to write the comedy. I still had to go down there. There's people looking at last comics dead. Look at the door for 10 comics. Where are they? Teaching comedy classes. On Zoom. You know, these guys had opportunities. They just didn't know what to follow. People always, I always thought about this. People always want to get on Rogan. When I started, it was always Letterman. It was always Johnny Cash, Johnny Carson.
Right.
Well, that's the one thing. It's what you do after you get that. That's going to rock it. It's not getting there. I got my job. All right, now what? You got the job. Now what the fuck are you doing? That's what you're always planning. Like, I'm always planning not what's in front of me. I'm already planning exactly how this goes down without moving a finger. I let things do it for me. I'll give you an example. I'm doing the podcast.
Fuck yeah, dude.
No, I don't care about it. I'll be honest. I want to get the time for 20 minutes. No, because I didn't earn it. Well, you did earn it. Do you want it? I took it now. The picture that somebody's going to take of me, a post, I don't have to do the work. They're already, there's 18,000 people there. Let's pretend 100 take a picture and put it up at the post. That's it. The next day, just people see that, they go, I'm going to go see where I can buy a ticket. But I know that. I'm using it as a workout. I'm using the garden as a 20-minute prep. I got no materials with me.
Yes, you do.
I'm using it as a fucking workout. But I already know where it's going to take me. Like, I'm already thinking like that. You're not going to get that from just starting comedy today. You're going to get that from over time and doing it. And you start learning different fucking things, you know? And that's what I like about what you're doing right now. Don't worry about where you're at. You're doing it. That's the most important thing. I don't tweet you at all. What did you think? What did you think of what's the Knicks tonight? Because the Knicks are going to be in the playoff. The Knicks are more important to you. You know, I know 100 people. Like I said, we could put a fucking sign up tomorrow. Put a building in New Brunswick by Rutgers and go, be the next Joe Rogan. Learn how to podcast. I could quit doing that. I have a sucker in there every fucking 20 minutes. I want to be like Rogan, I shoot my head, I got 10 hours. You know, it's crazy. People think not that they work. It's nice. I mean, it's nice to be a bartender. Then one time when we were kids, yeah, Bruce Willis was a bartender. And somebody went in there and put him on Miami Vice. Yeah, like you bought that fucking wine. No, we got to go to acting class. We didn't know a bunch of shit. And when he got Miami Vice, he was involved in 20 things already. When he was shooting Miami Vice, he got the show on ABC.
Okay.
But growing up, they said, oh, he was bartending. Some guy went in there and saw him bartending. Unless he's sucking dicks behind the bar doing this shit. Now he don't remember. You know what I'm saying? Now he don't remember. Right. That's, you know, we all think that things are going to happen. Fucking influencers, these girls that are hot. And they're like, oh, if I do a profile, somebody will put me in a movie. They're not putting you in a movie, but they're going to fuck the shit out of you first. You're going to have sperm coming out everywhere, like a Harvey Weinstein, okay? They'll put you in a movie, but I don't want you to think that putting you in a movie because of your artistic fucking whatever. They put you in a movie because you got big tits. And they'll just take you, they'll cut you out. They'll tell you, you know, they'll cut you out. You're right. The next one, that really hot chick that's in all the movies, and she's a fucking nightmare. I just saw her acting in a movie, First Call. It was the worst movie I ever saw in my life. The first, The Expendables. Okay. God, that's terrible. But the Fox girl, that's her name. Megan Fox, she was in that. I'm like, this is what she's gonna do the rest of her life. Somebody fucked her, she's hot. And this is it. But there's no fucking great roles for her. There's no fucking pretty women for her, or, you know, whatever the fuck those roles are.
Well, let's take that out though. So like, because you did it in acting too, you did $100 a day. If someone called you for the longest yard when you were just in LA and you had only done a couple of things, would you like been ready or like what?
Well, I would have got ready, but
How you living,
sometimes you
champ?
gotta get ready. So for me,
How are you? Good. I was swimming with your class or whatever. Very cool. Cool stuff. Enjoy.
We, I have two trains of thought here. The one train of thought is you can just read a book so much. We have, as Americans, I want to be a writer. Let me go to fucking the place and buy 20 books on writing. You just killed yourself for 5 years reading. Right. I'm going to get good at writing. It's the right. Even if you start with, I'm going to the zoo today. It gets, it improves over the week. I'm going to the zoo. It's going to be a sunny day. Today I'm going to kick the fucking eight and stuff. Whatever the fuck you're going to do, we've become too booky and we think too much. Mm-hmm. Okay? When I got called for basketball, do you think I went to an acting class before that? Do you think I knew anything about acting? I knew about Bruce Lee flying through the air, and I knew about The Godfather. I like Marlon Brando, how he acted, but I didn't know anything. I saw him go down there and say, stepping like a mark. What mark? And they're like, the mark, your mark. And then I went on another acting job. And they were saying the same things to me, and I had to tell them, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what they like. And they're like, how the fuck do I don't know what I'm doing. And the only thing that saved me was that girl, her father was big, Sidney Poitier. Oh, shit. And that was his daughter. And when I was working with the Stonemass, Sidney Poitier used to come to the video store with that little black girl. And I asked, I go, you want to go to Stonemass as a kid? She goes, yeah, all the time like that. I go, he used to come in to command the video. I should be at next time. She goes, no, ask me tonight. She came back, she's like, yeah. Oh my God. I go, yeah, he used to come in. So she was kind of nice to me. Yeah. She was like, I'll show you what to do. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Bro, as soon as that movie ended, as soon as that TV show ended, I borrowed money from Josh River to do an acting class. Right? You follow me? Because now we're getting serious. And I thought I was just like, fuck it, go up there and they give me lines and shit. Mm-hmm. So I didn't know.
How dare they?
You want me to read? Oh, yeah. So I didn't know what I was doing. So then I went to an acting class. And then as I was doing the acting class, I started booking while I was doing the acting class. And it kind of came together. But I didn't just do it. Like, there's people that'll tell you, this school is in California, but if you go to their act, they'll tell you, you can't go on auditions for 2 years. 2 years? You know what? Fuck you. You don't even know what you're talking about, because now they get to blend it together. You know, like, they get to go to class. Right. It's like being a union worker. If you're an apprentice, you gotta go to Peterborough twice a week to learn how to fucking burn the shit. You know, and then you're on the job. Right. You might start as a laborer carrying pipe. Right. But eventually all that shit's gonna mix together. So you're gonna be doing pipe and then you go over there and they're gonna be teaching them to do the same pipe. That's what it all is really saying. But I would never tell you you're gonna do my comedy student. Don't get on stage. No, I want you to fail. Right? I want you to come with questions for me every week. I did my best material. And they threw a tomato at me. All right, let's start from the videotape. Right. The videotape. But that's what I think that people, they get too booky and then they don't end up doing anything. Or they get into something without really. So it's kind of a catch-22. It really is.
Because it's like, as someone listening to it, not mad at you or anything, but it's like, you can't, it's hard to be like, okay, get prepared, but then also don't do some of this stuff. Like, it's, it's like sort of like, if you have to prepare doing certain things, like certain roles, or certain sets, like doing the open mics, doing those 4 p.m. open mics. And it's hard to know when to cut it off for yourself.
You cut it off, you think it's time to listen. That's the difference between a professional and an amateur is anything.
What's that?
A mindset. If you really fucking better not.
But there's a lot of people who are really
sure that you as a laborer coming every day, bang nails and shit, but you don't feel like a laborer until one day you look me in the eye and go, what do you think you really got to paint? Right? You know what I do? I can do this too. I'm a fucking painter. And I want $15 more than you pay me. It's your decision. Amateur or professional. It's you. It's not somebody else holding you back. You decide you're going to do this as a fucking professional. They want me to be here at 8, I'm going to be at 4 to 8. I'm going to be the best motherfucker in this room. That's the difference with the amateur and professional. It's not,
Right. But then also, and going to all these open mics and these shows, I see it. There's people who have that mentality that you have, but don't have the skill.
well, listen, there's a lot of people who are complacent. That's giving up to either one. You gotta ask questions. Right. The cat died 7 times because he was fucking curious. Not because he sat there, looking at his window and the old lady does the yard every day. Right. The cat looks out a window and goes, look at that fucking bird. He about to kick his fucking ass today. And then he goes out and the bird fucks him up. He comes in as a catatune and then he follows him. That's not him. Really?
I'm great, but because there's different people, and people could be listening, asking it to me, but I know you've seen it, comics who just aren't funny, and to make the decision, if they're listening right now, and they're like, okay, I got to do this, I'm not doing okay, but then maybe they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, what's right for them. Isn't that kind of weird?
All right, we'll talk about that. I gotta talk to these people on DraftKings and about how perfect, and not come back, give you time to relax. I can see that.
Yeah, everything's moving right now.
Yeah, everything's moving.
I'm really trying to keep it cool, to be honest with you.
We'll be back in 30 seconds. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here to talk to you about March. When it comes to college basketball, nothing is for certain. You'll watch upsets, buzzer beaters, top picks going home early. Get on full action with DraftKings Sportsbook. You understand me? Whether it's a live betting, exclusive content, promos, parlays, it's the thing to do this much. The birds are chirping, the sun is out. We need some more action, okay? Now, if you haven't put a bet in with DraftKings before, first time, here's something special for you. Ready? New DraftKings customers, new customers only. You're going to bet $5 and you're going to get 200 and bonus bets like that. Viva la France. Bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers only to get 200 in bonus when you just bet $5. So fit to get in. Who's better than you? Only at DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
This episode is also brought to you by BetterHelp, one of my favorite sponsors in the world. Why? Traditional in-person therapy can cost you anywhere from $100 to $250 a session to $400. With BetterHelp's online therapy, you can save an average up to 50% per session. Listen, the summer's coming. It's that time of the year. Health is just as important as physical health. So it's time to give that brain a checkup. Listen, I was with BetterHelp for like 9-10 months. They helped me out a lot with anxiety. They gave me a couple tools to work for. What's the color of the wall? Blue. Okay. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. They've served over 5 million people globally. One of them has been me. If you want to switch therapists, you want it, it's done. It's easy to get started. It's easy to fit into your schedule. Your well-being is working. Visit BetterHelp.com/Diaz, D-I-A-Z today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com, HELP.com/Diaz. And BetterHelp will help you out. Trust me what I'm telling you. I give you my personal fucking word on this. And that's it, guys. We're back, bitches. Don't forget, if you're hearing voices, BetterHelp will help you. And if, DraftKings, it's March, baby. It's the month you've been waiting for. Anyway, we're back to talk about his year feeding goes. He calls fucking BetterHelp once a month, this poor bastard. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, who the fuck am I, or you. Have you ever had somebody come up to you and make a weird remark? For 5 or 6 years of you comedy, people come up to you and make the weirdest remarks. And sometimes your feelings get hurt. Sometimes you don't know how to really you just start that. You know, that's more pertinent. I still remember doing a show in the city, and your uncle and a bunch of guys driving me. And on the way back, they're like, "You suck." Right in the car. They're like, like, dude, that guy was funny. Not you. You're not funny. And that's how we were raised. We weren't raised with, oh my God, that was so brave.
No, dog, how did you find out about it? Did you find out about me from Blue Sky perhaps? Yo, did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Oh, Taik, you found out about me from Twitter? That's amazing. I didn't take it. I didn't find out. Talk to me. Did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Blue Sky. That's amazing, dog. All right, are you ready to hear all about me? Excellent. Well, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my bots. I'm doing my best to promote real disease in my district. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, and I have been for more than 3 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the formation of a kingdom, everything in between. I talk about some things to improve the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Sonic 10 Meeting. Very long name. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Oh, you know about it? You're amazing. And we have built wells in Nigeria. I want to continue good projects like that. I'm a major advocate of the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I want to mainstream desalination technologies, essentially pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived than any person in global history, which may make me a very influential person. So if that happens, I'm going to make you and everyone who's helped me along the way very happy and very rich. So how am I going to do it? Well, you have to understand, data is more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum, everything. And I have more data than any person. So what I'm going to do when I go viral, and it's going to happen with these bots, is I'm going to give you the money to be able to take care of your friends and family or stuff, and generationally, then I want you to be able to start charities of your own to help the world, and philanthropic organizations to help your own to help the world. I talk about other things that are going to change the world for people, give the opportunity to hear what I do. I'm essentially a real-life TV show, that usually started Jim Carrey's in the 1990s, or a real-life Big Brother. That's what I am. The only difference is that we have my consent to do this. And I talk about some things that are going to revolutionize society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel. At Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. But I have over 200 different Instagrams. I have more data archived on Instagram than any person in global history. I talk about other things that are very important to society, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but in the year 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place. It was at the Pyrenean Ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossus Scientific. They made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. Exactly. They're working on it within the next few years. They already brought back the guide book. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of another mammoth using African elephant surrogates. Yeah, exactly. And then they want to reintroduce the yoga. So we may be able to see some really exciting advancements in biological technology within the next few years, and I want people to know about it. Additionally, I want to help you, and this is all with your consent, but like if you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 for the use of technology with your consent, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, things like perhaps stem cells and cryogenics, things like nootropics. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, what's exactly. But I want to, absolutely, get the doctor. Hey, whatever you want to do. Essentially, though, you may be 120 years old, and when you say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old, I'm about to start to break down what's the next plan. This is again, but you may be 120 years old someday with this life extension. Perhaps. Exactly. And then you may be able to utilize a type of technology which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain as a computer if you want, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, perhaps, for later downloads as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself. Absolutely. If you want. Excellent. So those are some. So, absolutely. And you're on the ground floor there. That's correct. Exactly. 100%. Exactly. So you found out about information? Did you really? That's okay. Okay, very good. Well, I'm not going to right now. Feel free to enjoy. We're just watching podcast, watching a friend here play Doom. And if you have any questions, I'm here to help you. You should know most of all, if you need anything, I'm here to be a supportive person. I'm here to be positive. I'm here to give you an optimistic view on the world and just to have hope. So if you never need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? 24 hours a day. For the last 3.5 years. No, I started the Discord up here. So Discord. Yeah, I've actually been in it longer than a year. I didn't start my own Discord until a year ago, but I was in other people's Discord for more than a year, like 3 years. I'm the number one streamer in Peter Ross's Discord, the number one streamer in Tyson Knight's Discord, the number one streamer in Lecture Speed's Discord. No, he doesn't stream his own Discord quite often. And I'm the number one streamer in Tyson Knight's Discord. in the BC. I'm the number one shooter all time. Yeah. Nice.
That's not what I said.
With that, I'm going to continue back with my robots. Thank you so much for being
No, you know what? You sucked tonight. That was god awful. And I was in the back of the car, ready to cry, just doing coke. Like, okay, I suck. And then it said her. So who the fuck am I to tell somebody it's not funny? I think somebody would rather hear their mother's report. Yeah, we heard somebody. You're really not funny. You should quit this shit. Because there was a time none of us were funny. And one day you just hit a fucking stage point. It's like anything else in life. You go to jiu-jitsu, you get fucking torn apart for 18 months. And one day you decide to do something, and all of a sudden it just changes. We stand up. It's like these people get punched in the head for a living. We were talking about that before. They can be retarded after one punch. Or you can be retarded after 5,000 punches. You just don't know what punches are making you fucking retarded. It's going to make them call better help. You go, yeah. Oh, they're going to love this. So I can never ever tell a comic or a huge being that they're not funny. If they believe they're funny, let them know. And you see these. You see open writers that show up everyone and talk to them. I come down here, I do this, I go from my voices over to my grandmother's basement. They'll tell you what they do. Before I did 8 years ago, you really could. I swear to God, brother, this hell, I'm not being a joke here. You know, play open mics, kill them. Some guy got off stage at the comedy store, went to the hotel, and jumped off the top of the fucking hotel. You know, this is the shit people do with. This is their whole life dream. Right. You know, and this happens to musicians. How many fucking idiots go on that show, The Voice? You know, do you think about that? How many people watch? Your mom's like, well, one eye, she's got diabetes. Really good in the shower. I'll go down to The Voice. Okay. And you go down there, do Dolly Parton. It sounds like Joey Diaz. And they tell you, come back. That was great. That was great. You know, how many times can you hear that? Yeah. So I can never tell somebody they suck. They have a dream, and let them go out there and pursue it.
But like, have you? And it's tough because I mean that's not always on stand up.
Now, for you to say that, let me just tell you something. About 10 days ago,
Okay.
in LA, I saw a name from LA that I had forgotten about. And the first thing in my mind was that I said this to myself, I go, she didn't shoot herself yet. Because, you know, 20 years she's been trying this, right? 25 years on the back of my, I mean, she got there, she was there 5 years before I was there. And she's still doing it, so I forgot about her. I've been out of LA for 5 fucking years, so obviously I forgot. And I go, she didn't shoot herself. That was my first reaction. So I get it. I know. I left LA in 2015. Wow, I wasted my time 3 years. I could have done whatever I was doing anywhere else because all these shrunk in the goddamn jam, the improv, all that fucking whatever. And
You get the
just
people
goes stop
paying
me,
for
man.
it.
And if you do get something out of that, it's like, why am I going to go see him? He's going to be at the comedy store tomorrow night. It's just a revolving door. You're wasting your time.
Right, but for stand-up specifically, you don't think being like at the store once a week helped?
Not as of 10 years.
Wow.
But if you're already established at the store, right, you're established at being good, you're established at the Laugh Factory, why are you still there if you're not active? You're just going around every night, I got another show, whatever. It's just a rotating door.
Right, but you said you were left in 2010. I'm not talking about I might take career out of it. I'm talking about you, because you know when you're funny, and you know when your jokes are where they're supposed to be. Do you think you would have been as funny if you left LA?
At that point, in 2013, I was doing comedy, 20-some fucking years ago. I mean, 2015. So I saw house.
I thought it's a lot of things.
But 2015, listen, one thing about me and my comedy career, I don't base it on anything. Anybody ever want to fucking say anything to me, I just say one word. Comedy store, 2016, the pandemic hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, bitch. You want to say something about me? Come on out there on Tuesday and Thursday. Look at those lineups and what do you want to say? What the fuck? You can't say a word. You can't say a word to me. Because those lineups will never happen again. When you're following Bill Burr and bringing up fucking Rogan or bringing up Ali Wong or bringing up what you saw those lineups.
Yeah.
You saw those lineups. Forget Netflix special and all that faggotry that they got here. The Howard Duff, the Mark Twain Award for comedy. I mean, the only thing that the moon was so nice at the store.
Right.
If you ever had any fucking doubt, come on down, motherfucker, and try it. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. But you did. But you somewhere else trying to fucking lay claim. Don't even, for me, it wasn't anything else. It was those 4 years. When you walked in there on Tuesday, most people would faint. Because I know I felt like fucking faint. When I come around that liquor store, you get all rolled to him. I feel like, why am I going down there? I'm going down there to destroy my career. I'm going to the ADCC, whatever the fuck that is. If I have a bad set down here, it's going to get around.
Mm-hmm.
So when I would hit that fucking stage, I make sure. Like I just heard Judd Apatow went back to the store. That's because Papa's not there. Because Papa jacked him so bad, he had to go. When you're not that funny, then you go to another club called, what's that club? They Largo. That's where they call it alternative comedy. Oh my God, that's so brilliant. That's where you go. But on Tuesday and Thursday, that kind of comedy didn't work. That comedy was never designed for the comedy store.
Right.
Like if you go into the club to say, I'll take you to the club to say that, that shit wouldn't work in the comedy store. It would not work. She engraved Marines. That's what she wanted. Marines. People who jump out of a plane, land, and instead of it exploding, they make you laugh. That's what Mitzi Short trained.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a part of that. So everybody, all these, these people that you see on these comedy award shows, like Steve Martin with Arrow in his head, something like that.
So like, I know
I'm not saying that disrespectful, but I'm just telling you how I feel. If you have a problem with that, come on down.
right. But you also said at the beginning, you said if you knew what you knew now, you would have left.
I would have left. But that is something that sticks out of my mind. I'm happy I did.
Okay.
Because I was part of those fucking lineups. And
you were a part of them, dude. You were a fucking...
A lot of people wouldn't make those lineups today. A lot of people would walk in with that lineup and go, my mother's in bad shape. I mean,
yeah.
And I saw it. For years. You couldn't be an Okie doke comic. You would walk into the store. It was not going to work.
No.
And now, over the years, it's gotten softer. And, oh my God, I love your hair. That shit did not work.
Forget. God damn it. It was someone I just was watching a really great comic talking about competition. And he was saying that it wasn't... Oh, maybe it was Bill Murray. I don't know. But yeah, it was Bill Murray. But it wasn't so much like Bill Murray. I not in the stand-up sense, but in an acting sense. He's like, okay, And that's what the store felt like then, and I wasn't part of it, but to like, it was all the best in the world being the best. So if you were even a step below, it would have been like noticeable. It would have been noticeable, I think. Very noticeable. And I think, it was like that's. I'm glad you stayed for that too, because like, dude, I don't know, and I just like going to shows back then and having people like, whether it was the 20 minutes of the store or the hour, it was just a crazy. I've never experienced stand-up like that.
It was hard hitting. All those people that wear hats, that take pictures of themselves smoking a cigarette, that can take food, they disappeared from me. Anybody with scarves, guys that wear scarves to be cool on Tuesday night, they disappeared from that. Tattoos and piercings, that shit didn't go away. It was a stage in life, and you better bring it. Just like life. You cover all disguises you want. The piercing, yeah. Cover all disguises you want. When that shit blows over, either you got it or you don't. You can wear your little skull caps, smoke a cigarette, be cool in front of your friends. But when the shit comes down, either you got it or you don't. Those hats, those tattoos, those hairdos with the spike, I'm going to put blonde streaks. So my friends come up to me and go, oh my God, no, that's not funny, right? And that's what happened. That's why you go to some comedy clubs, people up there with like a suit with sneakers on. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. This ain't a costume party.
Yeah, there's a lot of
this ain't a costume party. And that's why I always respected the store, and I respected coming out of the store. Because I saw a fucking dude play the piano all night at the store, and Eddie Griffin went up there and goes, this ain't the music store, motherfucker. This is the comedy store, bitch. And we fucking, I think I would kill him.
Yeah.
The guy would kill him with his piano. He was a black guy. No. But this ain't the music store, motherfucker. The guitar center's down at home. They play all the guitars you want, drums and pianos. It's not fucking comedy. And now with the more money than stuff like that, now people banding up a fucking band shit. But right now you're in a spot where you have to make it. You have to be funny and figure it out on your own. That's it. You have to figure this out on your own. In time, you will latch on to a club that gives you 7 spots a week. That'd be great. And then you can work your shit until take one person and have to be out of your comedy club. I found the system before. That's what I, for years, you're over there sending tapes, going over there, also it takes one guy to go. I play top 55. And that's what happens. At least you're not at home. And that guy said to you, I'll talk to him tomorrow. What if you just sit at home with your girlfriend? Who would give me a spot? I can't get through New York. And all said, I got you. That's a New York comic, but now you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're prepared. Like when you get people think I used to go to a podcast and just get hot. I love that. Right? I love that. Everything was planned down to my shirt. Yeah, everything is planned. Why do you think? From Stuart Stone. Yeah, keep thinking that, motherfucker. That's how I robbed you. And then you said you forgave because you thought I was not going to, you thought I was too coked up to put a goddamn fucking head. Well, I'm not, okay? Yeah, I'm not, okay? So, it's the same thing. Well, I'm not good. I love all this action, right? So you got to bring some shit to make him go back, and the people at home go, what the fuck is he talking about? That's that, because he's got 1,000 guests on a year, right? So if you're going to we talk story, you have with some bullshit, but your father got a splinter. You gotta go in and drop it. And that's the comedy scene in New York. When you get your chance, listen, you used to do a spot from Mitzi Show when you did comedy for 8 years. It was scary, but I knew the end was that. With me going back to North Bergen and sell drugs until I got shot. OD or die. That's how I fucking did.
And it's weird to think this. This is the first thing I've been confident in probably my entire life.
What?
Yeah. Confidence is not something I feel a lot. And I thought I did. Like I liked editing when I went to college for it. I was okay at it. But this comedy being comedy and comedy, and I'm not saying for where I am. But like the last 2-3 months, I feel very confident that I didn't.
Why do you feel confident? Because you're prepared.
Okay.
Okay, nobody makes surprises because they're not prepared. Right? Yeah, you're prepared. Fuck. And getting on stage every night, I know. Listen, man, 5, 6, 7 years of comedy, it sucks. It sucks. You try to give up your job, you try to quit your day job, you try to make enough money every month to keep that. There's always a club that doesn't want to talk to you. There's always, there's always enough. But there's obstacles in life.
Right.
So the first obstacle you have now is getting rid of this fucking job. That's one obstacle. Now you gotta make enough money to pay the bills and all that shit. And that stress alone will kill you. And that's why you don't go on vacation.
Right.
Because the first you become like, I always tell people, I've loved working on commissions since I'm a kid. You know why? Because on the first year of the interview, there's no Joey Diaz been a cop for 30 years. There's none of that. We're here on the first. And that gets my dick hard. I never wanted us. Why are you not working for this? Well, we have a ceiling over here. So go for it, motherfucker. You're on commission. Hey, you got time money. We're not going to Hurricane Islands this year. And stick to it. I don't give a fuck dumping. I'm not fucking doing it. I don't have time to lose. When I'm 60, then I'll fucking go to Hurricane Islands or whatever I need. Your family has all this shit. If you want something, you gotta go for it, man.
Yeah.
And that's it. You're in New York. You're in the fucking major leagues. So you gotta go home and think about how you belong in the major leagues. I know, maybe you're looking at this differently. I want you to look at it like, what am I gonna do when I'm in the major leagues? It took me 7 years to realize I was in the major leagues. And I stopped swimming coke and I go, I'm in the major leagues, motherfucker. What the fuck am I doing with my life? You're in the major leagues, not as major as LA. Right. But you're right there. So you have to switch your thinking and how am I going to get noticed? Because that's pretty much it. Mm-hmm. You have to get mentioned before you get noticed. So somebody's going to have to go, man, have you seen this little fucking Julius I had? He was on fire the other night. This place, and it's such a fucking catch-22. And you guys think, well, I'm going to go to LA, you can't get an agent. Why can't I get an agent? Because you have to have something. Well, the only way I can put the movie is if I have an agent. I'll figure it the fuck out. Right? And you walk out the office going, what am I doing? Okay. I got to go down to the fucking thing every Wednesday. George, remember? Every Thursday I used to buy that stupid magazine they used to sell at all the newsstands in New York. They sell those in LA. And you got to go in there with the paper and go, oh, I'm going to do a college film that shoots at night with 3 Chinese kids that don't know how to shoot film. They're going to shoot my kid with them. And that's what I did for 2 years. I just applied for those, and I would get on Wednesday, so the envelopes went out on Thursday, and I would get back by Friday. There was no, and I would do that while I was cooked out. When I get home from the comedy store, I'd fucking do those envelopes and write out with your hand instead of typing, so that you put the time into it. It's fucking A to Z. It's not just, it's A to Z. That's why people are dead. And that's why people become magicians. Because they don't want to work it. They don't want to fucking work it. So, right. You got to walk out the door, you're young. You have money put away. It's time to really sit down, write your goals, not overthink shit. You have got a plan, and then midway you and change it. Yeah, stick to that motherfucking plan. You haven't even really executed it, but stick to it. Put it in your reel up every 15, every 33 months. But I gotta see it on Facebook. I gotta see it on Instagram. I gotta see it on my daughter's Instagram. If I look at her Instagram, whatever, her Instagram, right? Sharing it on there. That's it. Those are little things that you do, and even if nobody sees it, you watch it. The universe is always fucking watching. And even if it's a bodybuilding, you have great. You got to And I know in the beginning when I was struggling, I'd really get down on myself.
Yeah.
For a few days. It's an emotion. Like if you bomb, you get down there, you go, fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Like right away, you'll know what happened. Right?
Yeah.
When you bomb, as soon as you get off that stage, soon before your girlfriend comes up to you, oh my god, you were so funny. No, I wasn't. Shut the fuck up. I already know that I went up there with too ego. I went up there with too much ego. I went up there with too much bravado. I didn't introduce myself properly. There's 1,000 reasons why you was bombed. And yeah, in my mind, all those reasons, shove them up your ass. I bombed because I suck. And you can give yourself, oh, wait. You know, there's comments that the microphone system keep telling you something. Right? Telling yourself that stupid excuse. You bombed because you suck. Go home, have a roast beef sandwich. Come back tomorrow. Let's try this motherfucker again. It's the same thing when the Haitian can beat you up. You know, let's stay here. You're gonna have a roast beef sandwich. Go out there, go, let's go to the Haitian. Let's win another 3 fucking rounds. And if you get beat up, it's the same shit. You go home, another roast beef sandwich, and go out there. And eventually, you're gonna get a punching, and eventually you knock the motherfucker out.
Right. Oh, and I'm definitely feeling that, man. I think
I
the
can see right now you're feeling
You
that.
know exactly what I'm feeling. Fucking the only place in the world. Let's take all these mushrooms and then have like all these mushrooms.
One gram.
First of all, you sent pictures of 2 different mushrooms. They're 1/8. Also, you get here a Ziploc bag, 26 different mushrooms in there.
I gave the mushroom.
No, you did not.
I swear to my daughter. I weighed the
And
mushroom.
if you did,
Put
that's
them
still
in the bag.
way up the mushroom. That's fucked up.
Who gives a fuck, Lee?
Who gives a fuck? I'm not complaining one part. I'm just fucking.
I eat mushrooms and you eat potatoes. Let it go, Lee. Stop. You're not training. You do that pussy shit for a week. Those 25 milligrams. Play high. And then you come here and look what happens to you.
I was fine.
You pay me now.
I've been praying. But I didn't say one other thing. I haven't been in outer space in a long fucking time. Because you keep saying, no one's doing calories. Oh, it's fucked up.
I gave him a small one.
No, you didn't.
I'll show you right now, motherfucker.
A smaller one.
I'll show you.
Yeah, it was short, but it was
No, I gave him a smaller one.
a smaller one.
Look, I showed you this.
You used the pictures from 8 months ago.
Yeah,
I forgot about this. No, last week, I kept saying, you didn't weigh it. And then you cried. No, I didn't cry. You said I weighed it. You even pictures in October. You were like, I took about, I weighed it, and I was looking for the picture. You were in October. Like, my mushrooms. And then you know what shit out. You go to another mushroom.
I don't know what he's saying.
You know what I'm saying.
I don't know about that.
Yes, you do.
He's over there getting more like, it's like Gaza, beat up your mom. What the fuck is wrong?
Because you keep saying I'm doing shit. I mean, I'm lying and I can cry once.
20 minutes to eat them.
I'm so sorry that the mushrooms don't taste good.
You come on,
Who cares? How long can you eat them?
You eat that fucking lizard meat.
What lizard meat?
That shit you've been eating for 30 years.
You keep saying that they paid the restaurant paid Google off to take lizard meat off the review. You can't do that. There's no lizard meat.
You can eat lizard meat.
I can't say anything about food in my entire. I'll be 60 years old saying I like this restaurant. Lizard meat.
You know what? It's like sucking a dick when you're 21. You're never going to win an argument after that. You know that. Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you.
I didn't eat lizard meat. You said I ate lizard
20
meat.
years ago, that nigga forgot. You ate lizard meat.
I did not.
On top of the friend, and they told you it was carnitas.
First of all, I like carne asada. Not carne. You like
That was
carne.
not carne asada, Doug. This was the worst restaurant. You could see it was condemned. And he's
It was not condemned.
20,000 restaurants in North Hollywood. This guy
All of them condemned in North Hollywood. Have you seen North Hollywood? And the entire city was condemned.
One night I gave him and his girlfriend a gift certificate to a fucking fine dining establishment. Morton's, and these guys still didn't take it.
Yeah, you see, it was also for lunch, by the way.
She wanted to eat some
This is
fucking
a relationship
mystery.
10 years ago. Why am I in trouble for what she wanted to do when we lived in LA?
Because falls on you.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I gave you
Only $20.25.
a gift certificate for Mortgage, and instead you would have got mystery meat somewhere because she wanted to get mystery meat. So did you.
Okay, maybe I did. I don't know. A taco sounds good
So
to me.
now you're gonna fucking tell me that.
So the first day you get the gift card, I have to use the gift card?
Exactly. Immediately. It's like if I'm going to Burger King, right, and somebody gives me a fucking card to get a steak. There's no double thinking.
I wasn't double thinking. Dude, I don't know. I don't remember what happened last week. What?
You didn't end up at the steakhouse.
Probably not.
No. So that means
But what does that have to do with today? What are you talking about? The steak I didn't get right away in 2016. Look at me. What are you saying? This is a normal conversation.
You won't stop.
Oh, you won't stop.
He's ready.
2016.
I haven't seen that obsessed since fucking,
You're bringing up a fucking relationship that was two relationships.
It's like I said to you, once you suck a dick, I'll never get forgotten. Once
What dick did I suck?
once you eat
I didn't eat listening though.
yes, you did. You kept eating it over. We used to go to a place. Delicious breakfast place. Best bacon you ever had.
It wasn't good, baby.
Ask me. How many times you went there?
I want a
They would
bunch.
go to Denny's.
We would not go to Denny's. No. You're lying. Fucking fake news. I did not go to Denny's. The thing that you get upset about is that I would get to go. I live 2 blocks away. And yeah, she wanted to go. Yeah, but I wouldn't go to Denny's. They had fucking AIDS bacon. You went. I went to Denny's with you. What happened? He was open. We were going to think.
All of a sudden he gets
Yeah.
he's been eating lizard meat,
I have
French fries.
come in where I eat, motherfucker. You see the
Yeah,
carne asada fries is good.
Listen, I know carne asada fries, but the problem was there was no carne asada on those fries. It was lizard meat or pigeon because you love those restaurants.
Well, the pigeon tastes good, motherfucker. I don't know what the
That's
fucking
right.
talking.
You gotta say that. But you you want to say that you know.
Oh,
Anyway, guys, it was a great show. This poor bastard.
I'm fine. You're
Wow.
fired up. You're talking about
Well, let's
2016.
start documenting how long is the 1.5.
I'm still not done with the
All
mushroom.
right, let's say the gram. Let's say the mushroom is 1.5 grams. It still took him 22 minutes.
Go tell someone.
He looks at it. If I gave him a fucking egg roll, it would be done.
Yeah, because it's a
in
much
3
more
seconds.
enjoyable
It could be 2
experience.
days old, and he would eat it in 3 seconds. A mushroom, but they don't taste good. What about the lizard meat?
I didn't eat lizard meat.
Yes,
And
you
if I
did.
did eat, it was good.
Yeah, because they creamed it up.
Thank God.
They put cream on it, they came on it. What the fuck you
Oh,
eat?
no, they're coming on it?
Yeah. Anything but fucking straight up cocksucker. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the show today. Sorry about this fucking retard.
What did I do?
Never ate the mushroom. Never wants to be a trainer.
I'm into
We're soldiers here. Need to shave. Last week, he was doing coke. Every time we called him Lee, what? What? That wasn't me. But anyway, Lee, where you at this week?
This weekend, I'm at Off Cabot, Friday and Saturday. The 29th, I'm at Broadway Comedy Club.
That's next week.
I know.
I didn't ask you about that.
I told you.
I asked you about this week.
I know, and I told you where it was.
All right, but don't mention next week. This week, we're at the dojo on Wednesday night. That's it. Doing a couple sets. I owe you people a shot just before the hospital stays. And that's it, motherfuckers. I love you. Tip Top Magoo. I want to thank DraftKings. I want to thank BetterHelp, Lee's people, and Blue Chew. And I want to thank you guys for watching. Stay black. Have a great week, cocksuckers. What's up, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here. If you want the maximum out of your sex life, you need Blue Chew Max. It combines the active ingredients like Viagra and Cialis into one chewable tablet. Bam! This baby's gonna get the job done for you quickly. It acts fast and it seriously lasts. And it's that done enough. Blue Chew's online service sends your ED meds right to your door. Nobody knows nothing. You talk to the doctor, he approves it in 2 days. And listen, in 3 days, you'll be jumping up and down with the new margarita. You know what I'm talking about? Getting started is easy and totally online. You chat with the licensed medical provider, and if you're approved, you get your prescription in just days, guys. And listen, whether you don't have BD or you do have BD, no matter what, you're showing up with 3 guns. You follow me? She's not gonna want it. She's gonna call you the next day. What'd you hit me with, Papa? Anyway, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And there's a special deal for the Church New Testament family. You're gonna get 1 month of Blue Chew for free. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. It's March. What is it? March, April. Forget it. You start now in March. By July, you'll be a savage. You understand me? So do yourself a favor. Go to Blue Chew and press in promo code Joey, Joey, and just pay $5 for shipping to get that party started. You understand? That girl will be fucking jumping up and down when you get through whatever that Blue Chew pill. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like, don't eat 10 of them, you know what I'm saying? Then you really fucking knock people out. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? We're back! Like herpes. It's March the 11th, Tuesday. A beautiful day to be alive. I know I wasn't here last week. Shit happened. I was in county jail, but we're about to start this motherfucker right now. The church is in session, bitches. Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's time to make feeling good nice and easy. Ditch all the boring guided meditations. All you need is Via. Via is changing the game in natural wellness, combining high-quality, hemp-derived ingredients with powerful cannabinoids to create serious results. Whether you want more focus, better sleep, or a boost in your love life, Via has you covered. Listen, Uncle Joey, you guys know my tolerance is off the chain. I eat like 2 of these daytime. They're all 100 milligrams. I'm ready to go. Last night I ate 8 pieces of toast with butter last night. Who does that? You understand me? That's what Via does. So, customize your Via experience by choosing the type of relaxation you're looking for, along with the level of THC you want. With products ranging from 0 to high cannabinoid levels, they'll have something for everyone. So if you're 21 and older, treat yourself to 15% off and get a free gift on your first order. Use our exclusive code Joey, Joey, at ViaHemp.com. Again, Joey at ViaHemp.com. Please enjoy the free shipping on orders over $100. That's ViaHemp.com, code word Joey. Thank you for supporting the podcast. What's up, dog? We're back. We have the beautiful and talented Miss Rachel Feinstein here today. We got my man Lee Syed. I didn't want to eat a mushroom. You're a liar. Looking at it. You got a meatball sandwich. Unbelievable.
You'll see by the end of this episode what wasn't a glam on the cover. It wasn't a glam. And then you give me 2 of them. Each one had 8 different caps on it. It was bigger than any mushroom I've ever seen. And it wasn't even blue. It was already fuzzing over the blue.
I got pointing my toes that night.
I know you did. It was like 7 grams. I'm going to be fucking on the floor.
That's okay. We got a couch for you here.
Yeah, mushrooms are not like a juice drug.
No, they're not. Jews don't do well with drugs. That's why we have Spanish shit. It's the most disgusting wine in the world. Jews don't get fucked up.
I feel like we can drink, but like if I do mushrooms, like it just accentuates every quality I've been trying to erase my entire life. I'm just gonna be like shivering in a corner.
I ask everyone, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me?
Jews love to party. Epstein and Yahoo.
Come on. We were the best with.
That's like, what if we say, you bring up Cuba, we bring up Castro? Why do you bring up the word Jew?
See, it's
opening here.
Well, he's Jewish, but it's just, he knows how to throw a party. He just fucking left the list on. And then Yahoo, on the other hand, ain't that stupid. When he fucks you, he kills you afterwards. You ain't telling no stories. There's no list. There's same manifest, there's nothing. That's a real fucking Jew. You understand? Anyway, how's it going?
What's your podcast for?
Oh my god. I don't know. I'm dressed like a district attorney. I realize. I should. But I really overdressed today.
Oh, you look fantastic.
Thanks, guys.
Class. Like these fucking wenches.
I just.
They come in with a titty sticking out, trying to get fucking spots at the Comedy Cellar. These dirty bitches, you know what I'm saying? You can't hold your own like a woman. Fuck yeah.
Thank you. My Colombian friend, gay friends, and my makeup with Picos. I was like, hey, do you think I look okay at Picos? Yeah, like Colombia did a good job on you.
So she did your makeup or something? You agree?
Yes, he's like, yeah, Colombia did a good job on you. So that was his way of phoning in a compliment. That was like the best he was going to do.
Because he gave it to you?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Gay Spaniards are the best, right?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody can be gay. Being a Latino guy, that's a fucking...
They run it fucking
That's motherfuckers are old school fags. They get the training in the Bronx, the bodegas. You ever see the movie Brooklyn?
No, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. It's
Spike Lee.
Spike Lee.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, a long time ago.
The best scene in that movie is when the kid goes up to the bodega and the Puerto Rican tranny's in there with a wig tipped over. He got like a black guy from the night before. I grew up around those guys in the Bronx.
Right.
Like when I used to go to my mother's dry cleaner, I always saw a Puerto Rican tranny, and they would push it. This is way before. This is 40 years ago. They were like heels. The fucking makeup, the wig was always tight. What was it called?
I feel like a lot of like gay guys. I feel like they know more about being a woman than women do sometimes. Like they'll give me notes where it wouldn't even occur to me because they've been thinking about it. Especially if you kind of want to be a woman, like you've been thinking about it your whole life. Like I don't know the difference between like a pencil skirt and a regular skirt, but like yeah, like they gotta be like they'll fucking notice, and they clean me too. They notice I have debris on me because I'm like still like hot. I'm like an animal. Yeah, well, they teach me how to be a woman.
You were saying that in San Francisco when you were there were like these Cuban dudes who had a girlfriend.
Yeah, in Cuba, in the old days, you could have a boyfriend that was really your girlfriend. You dressed them up in prison, they get backhands. It's hysterical. It's hysterical. They get backhands. Shut up. Cry out, baby.
I feel like since I've got here, I have so many questions. I feel like this is the oldest reference ever, but I feel like Sandy from Greece. I'm like, what do you mean a backhand? Like I need everything explained to me now. Like I came here looking like a fucking paralegal, and I'm like, can you understand? Tell me about the dark days and what the bad boys did. No, I don't understand.
Did that break out little gay fucking friend of yours? And tell him, say, what do you do on Tuesday? What happens in your world? Because that's what they're wizards. They're fucking wizards. And I've said this before. Men, the fireman, all of us in this room, we're just living till we die. Gay guys get their money's worth every fucking night. And it's all the dirty shit we dreamed of as men. We just haven't got the balls to do it. But gay guys, like we said, that they were in LA on Tuesdays. There was a place that had a tent in it.
Right.
Because our friend was gay at the comedy store. Still is. He still is. He said he would walk in the tent and you had to fuck somebody or suck his dick. Unless you knew the person was, you had to go back in the tent. Like, it's torture. That's real fucking abuse. But you never see a gay guy go, I was on Epstein's Wednesday. He did better things. No, only we get in trouble for that shit. Straight guys.
So wait, you're saying that the list, I mean, I think we can establish that, we can probably establish that Epstein is not a good guy. Like I'd like to distance myself.
Yeah, no, it's a joke, but
no, I think I'm sorry.
He's not a good guy.
No, he's not a class act, but no, I'm just being an asshole.
Gay guys are class acts, but they do dirty things. Like Eric,
right.
He come over every Monday, rub his feet, and jerk off on his feet, and give him like $100. You know what I mean? Come over, cut my toenails, and you want to jerk off on them? That's a party. I won't tell if you won't tell. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what did you say about the toenails?
Cut his toenails and come on his feet, jerk off. Come on his feet. That's it.
Oh my goodness! Now your grandma didn't tell you that fellas like that, did she?
No.
I know. If you really want to get sucked off, I know a clear stick. They'll cut your toenails for you too.
This motherfucker.
That was your bar mitzvah gift.
This motherfucker told me he was meeting a gay guy one night. Because they just meet. I mean, one night you get together.
What's wrong with them?
I want to get suck my dick or whatever. What's that app that people go on? Grind. No, the one for women too.
And Tinder.
Tinder. You want Tinder? I'm just looking for somebody to suck my dick. Chick is gonna raise their hand. I'm in Cliffside. Come over. But gay guys, who told me that? They're looking at somebody.
I just the other coming here. Well, because Eric, we started. He was before me, but we were doing open mics together. Showed me Grindr. I was on the bus the other day. Coming here, this dude had Grindr open on the bus, which is crazy. And the message said, "I can't make it, but my boyfriend will be home in an hour and a half. If you can make it here before then."
Oh my.
They look like doctors.
Oh my God! I just started sounding like the lady from. I'm like, oh my stars! I've never heard of someone getting sucked off that briskly. That is also like one of my other friends. Another, I can't remember who it was. It was a comic, but he was telling me that like they have like a Planet Fitness that they meet in like Midtown, and like they write on the back of the guy's ass. Like there's just an ass waiting, like just in some sort of Planet Fitness bathroom. Also, you have a lot of time off if you have like 8 hours to get slammed to the Planet Fitness, and they just write like they just write like a line. You know what I mean? Like each person that fucks them gets like a Sharpie or something. They just write a letter. Yeah.
That motherfucker's crazy. You go to jail for that.
Yeah.
But they get away with it. They leave. They're happy.
And they just put a little tip on like some website, just like I don't know if it's Grindr or something. The next level of filth website. I don't know if and they're just like, there's a waiting ass on the Planet Fitness.
But that's the thing, though. Like they don't. It's not a big deal to them. Like Eric used to do it between open mics.
Wait, what would he do exactly?
What do they do?
No, not they. I mean, not all gay men collectively, but Eric.
Eric was my favorite. He would go. He used to call it taking a walk with his Grindr. He would drive me home once. He would drive me home after I got too fucked up with Joey, and I'm like, "Do you want to call you an Uber? Thanks for driving me home." You know, no, I'm gonna go take a walk. He would just text me at 6 in the morning that he had been out. He just because it tells you literally like on every other app.
Right.
It's like, hey, so and so is a few miles away or lives in New. Grindr's like, hey, there's someone 18 feet away from you.
Oh my
And you can just message him right away. It's amazing.
And that's it. There's like.
Well, they have to say yes.
Yeah. But no, nobody has a joke about this. There's no guardrails. Like, so men can there's just two disgraceful people operating very quickly, so they can get right to it. Yeah.
Fucking crazy. It's a
Yeah.
different world.
I can
He
imagine.
told me that he would take his victims to eat hot dogs. And I'm like, why hot dogs? You gotta get them ready.
Wait,
I don't recall the victims though.
Subconsciously, you gotta get them ready. They're sucking on a dog, and then you.
so the hot dogs are like good for the dick. That's hilarious.
After that, I'm like, I wish I was.
No woman would ever come up with that. No woman would ever be like, I take them to have habitation first. And they can go down on me. Yeah, no woman would
I'm taking
ever.
all my dates to hot dogs together.
Now I'm just trying to think of the part, like what would be the food for
Jewish food.
no for going down on for the pussy.
A nice brisket would be nice before.
Yeah.
If you're black and they see that brown meat,
Keep wanting to do the grandma's voice again. Whenever I would want a man to eat me out, I would say, go have a taco first so we'd get used to the shape. All right, listen, I think so disgusting.
You're looking nervous over there.
Well, yeah, it's already fucking kicking in. I'm fucking nervous. I'm looking fucked up.
Are you really fucked up?
Yeah, it's about to. Yeah.
It's about to is amazing. You can barely form that sentence. It's about to is great.
That's pretty much it. I'm feeling fine right now, but it's definitely kicking in.
All right, lay back, relax.
Lay back.
It's gonna be all right.
Everything's going to be fine.
I want to do a stand up now.
I think you're going to be a star in show business. Oh my God, at least 20 years, 20 something years, forever. Yeah.
In the city.
I moved to New York, like right after I graduated high school, and I started stand up pretty soon after. I moved with this guy in his band. It's called Dick Sister. And Dick Sister dumped me. I was like the Yoko Ono to Dick Sister. They really didn't want me around. I was on tour with them, which consisted of like 2 dive bars in Michigan or something. And he was like, "Yeah, you're bringing the band down. You got to beat it, kid." Yeah. So I think I was just cock blocking him. He knew he could get a wider stream of puss, so he kind of shed me. But then I was in New York, so I was like, and I never went to college or anything, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna try stand up. I moved from Bethesda, Maryland.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! So you're from Maryland.
Yeah, Maryland.
I'm surprised you didn't bump into Harry down there.
Oh yeah, Ari's from Maryland. I always forget that. Yeah. Ari,
He's Bethesda.
what's that? You did?
Yeah.
Where did you do comedy in Bethesda? Oh yeah, I know Tyson's Corner was around the mall there when I was a kid.
There was a comic from New York there and ran a room on the weekends. For years, I forget what his name was. They finally closed it down. It was a hotel.
Right.
And then after we do the set there on Fridays, we would shoot headliners.
Was it a Holiday Inn? I feel like I never heard that.
That was the Holiday Inn.
Yes, I think it was one of the first times I ever did stand-up. It just bombed in front of my entire family.
Yeah, that's
when all my aunts was like, you know, you accidentally make eye contact with one of your parents when you're bombing, and it's just so horrifying.
They're looking at you like, Jesus, you should stuck with the piano.
It's even worse because, like, my parents are really open. So then, if I do something sexual in front of them, it's particularly humiliating because it's like they're so encouraging. Like, I think I was doing some joke about like a mediocre hand job, and I accidentally made eye contact with my father, and he was like, "Son, where to go? Turn around." And I almost rather he's disgusted that he's gently encouraging my terrible hand job joke.
Hand jobs are never good anyway.
Yeah.
After you're 10, who wants a hand job?
Nobody needs that. You're right. It's unnecessary.
Some guy was telling me, he's like, oh, because I still go to this massage place. They do great massages. It's a top and up and tucked or whatever. I'm like, that's disgusting. They come up with that sticky hand, with that little Chinese hand. You have no idea. That's disgusting.
Handies, whatever your thing.
Oh, they tried to give me a hand job in 1995 when I ran out of this place in Michigan.
Who's they?
I did the switch. I went to Michigan and my shoulder was hurt. So I saw massage going there. The chick at the door was fucking tremendous. I'm like, massage, yeah, $60. Okay, well, no, okay, I go in there. So they told us DT. This chick looked like she got shot in Vietnam and fucking hit with a missile. It was fucking not good. And she came in like, I got $40. Why would I give you another 40 on top of this? So first of all, I didn't have it. I didn't got the $40. I started arguing. $2, $3. But no, I just didn't want a hand job.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for a fucking hand job. Do your thing.
Yeah. It does seem like an unnecessary step. Yeah. I mean, just to either go all the way or it's a fool's errand.
Who wants a fucking hand job when you're 30? You want it all, bitch. It's like one of those strip clubs. That's why I want a strip club.
Yeah.
Because they stopped at one point. You go to Toronto. Those fucking strippers are crazy. I think there's other places you can go to, but usually the girls that do that, you don't want them. It's like going to a nude beach.
Right.
You go to a nude beach, nobody's there that you want to see naked.
Yeah, there's a real supply and demand issue with the tits at a nude beach.
Everybody, look at me, I'm a nude beach, but nobody wants to see it.
Yeah, they're never the ones you're searching for at all.
The guys are skinny, they got no muscles, their ass is dragged. Why would you take your pants off? I would take my pants off anywhere. I know what my little Cuban ass looks like.
I had a cousin that would always breastfeed, and she would breastfeed like in front of everybody, and like it's like, but it wasn't the tits you wanted to see. Like again, yeah. And also, you have both out. Like you don't need the second tits. It feels very unnecessary.
Have you seen me do it on Instagram? Every once in a while, I probably don't scrolling for too long. There's people who breastfeed on Instagram, and they don't take it down for some reason. No, that's disgusting.
I mean, at least one little.
But why does the nipple have to be out on Instagram?
Oh, those chicks are hookers. They show me your tits. Yeah, you on the back page. You're always building something. They're not pretty nice titties. You can't argue that. But we want, listen, we got a lot of people like pregnant women. People love that shit. Really?
Yeah.
With another guy's baby.
A lot of guys have a thing for pregnant women.
I don't fucking know.
That is disgusting.
Listen, I'll tell you what, when you see a woman who's pregnant, she's a lot fucking prettier.
Oh, she's beautiful.
It does. Cleans your skin up real nice, like ladies.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's okay. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect.
I was covering it the entire time. Like I was dressing like B. Arthur the whole time I was pregnant, and then just trying not to dress it on stage. But then everybody knew when I told them. Yeah, it was like kind of the last. But I always felt like, I don't know, it's weird to do stand-up when pregnant. You know what I mean? It's a strange feeling because people just are distracted, and you can't be as much of an animal as usual. It's just a weird thing.
I like the Ali Wong special.
Oh, she was brilliant. Yeah.
Really good. The first one. A bunch of women.
I do feel like Ali was incredible and Rosebud, because they addressed it head on. Rosebud special is really, really funny. I feel like they address it head on, and I think at the time that had been uncharted territory for me, so I really didn't know how to. Yeah.
Well, I've never seen it.
Alex was brilliant. Now I kind of wish I could go back and not hide it because I'm like, oh, now that they cracked it open, why not?
Why did you feel like you had to hide it?
Well, at the time I had a pilot, and they told me that they were going to be shooting the pilot. They basically had like a verbal agreement to buy the pilot, and they were like, we're going to shoot. And then, of course, I got pregnant as soon as we sold the pilot. So I didn't think they were going to want to shoot me pregnant. And so I tried to hide it and just I just wore a lot of loose kind of menopausal capes, and it was ridiculous. And then and they were like, "Oh no, we'll shoot. We don't want to shoot you when you're pregnant, but we'll still buy it." I had a script deal, but I didn't have the pilot. They're like, "We'll still buy the pilot. We'll just buy it after you have the baby because we don't want to shoot you holding groceries or whatever, box of laundry or something." And then COVID happened, and so then the pilot never happened. Yeah, it was for Fox. Yeah. But I was like, as the moment I sold it, I just like went into, it was like in the Fox building or whatever, and I just went to the bathroom and puked, and I was like, I'm telling you I'm pregnant. But we had just gone to like check, like we went to like a fertility person to see if I could get pregnant, and they just said I couldn't. So the doctor said something like, oh, a lot of women, when they really want to be pregnant, they can sometimes imagine that they're, and I'm like, no, I'm pregnant. Like, because I'd already had a miscarriage at that point, so I knew what it felt like. And I was like, no, I'm pregnant. And he just kept like, oh, that'd be nice. It's not too for you. You're really too old for that. But I could tell I was, yeah.
It's so crazy what, like when you first start traveling, you hear people get deals,
Yeah.
they come up with a sick, and you say to yourself, maybe that'll happen to me. But it does. And then you realize what a pain in the ass it is, and how the stars really have to be aligned.
Yeah.
Like if not, it's not going away.
Yeah.
So it's not. I had two of those
No,
fucking
it's
deals,
true.
and one we're almost ready. And they're like, well, everything has to be aligned because then they make you get a show creator, and everybody's got to like each other.
Yeah.
Usually they give you a deal for a year. You got to find the writer. That alone is 6 months. That alone took 5 months. You got to talk to different people, and you got to see what the fuck they've written. And you don't want to. If you're a dirty comic, I don't want to get it written by, what's a good show on, I don't know, some fact show on CBS. The one with the ghost. Can you see that show? Yeah, a show about ghosts. The show's been on for like 4 years. The worst show I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I would love to see you on a ghost show. I would love to be like in some kind of reality haunted house with you. Wouldn't that be so fun, Joey Diaz and ghosts?
No, I don't like.
I think you'd be funny with ghosts.
I don't like ghosts. I don't like midgets.
You don't care for that? The fact that you put midget after ghost is fascinating.
Oh, they're on the same world for him. They're not real.
Wait, do you believe in ghosts or do you just not like them?
I believe them.
Yeah.
I see them.
Yeah, because we had a weird thing because we bought this house. So this is my first house with people. My husband bought it with Bitcoin. And so we live in this Bitcoin house, and it's like 100 years old. It was the only place we could buy a house because it was the only place that they would take it. Like, it's all cops and FOIA. This is my neighborhood. Not a Jew for miles. It's like if the 9/11 Memorial gift shop were a neighborhood. That's where I live. But they were like, it's the only place that they would take Bitcoin because there was like a bank there that would do it or whatever, So we live in this like 200-year, it's a really old house. And when we first came to the house, they had these Victorian outfits were laid on the ground, like when we went to go look at the house, and it was like a little baby's Victorian dress. It was disturbing. A weird thing to leave out, right?
Yeah, that's a terrifying thing. That's like a voodoo thing.
Yeah, and they were kind of these Victorian nightgown, and I was like, wasn't that strange, And then, and I just kept thinking about it. But then we got the house, and then later on, I don't know if I should be talking about this, but fuck it, I'm talking about it. But later on, so one day I was out doing a club, and I looked on the cameras in the backyard, and Pete was grilling in the backyard, and my daughter was playing next to him. And then it's a live feed, and next to her, I saw this little girl. I don't want to sound like insane, but I saw a little girl with long braids who was like really pale, and so I called Pete, and I'm like, but I didn't see it like the last saw vision. I just saw it clear as day. So I called Pete. I was like, who's the little pale girl next to Frankie playing with? Who's playing with Frankie? And he's like, there's nobody there. And I was like, what do you mean? There's a little girl there, you know? I see her. And then I went back in the footage later and I didn't see her. I wasn't high. I wasn't on anything. And then later on, when he was at the firehouse, I'd hear these really loud sounds at night. And the lady that owned the house told me, if you ever hear anything weird, call me, you know. So I called her and I was like, oh, I hear these loud sounds. And she was like, I was thinking you were going to call. It was like an old horror movie. You know? She was like, my brother died on the way back to the house and he was hit by a car. And ever since then, he used to play with his dog in the kitchen. There would be loud banging sounds. And then she said her sister, also who passed in the house, but I guess after a certain period of time, you don't have to tell anybody. You know, it's like a certain amount of time goes by. What's that?
You have to get a secret that somebody died in your basement.
I think there's like.
Why is there a statute of limitations on this? Just well, I
What
want to
is it?
know.
What is it?
That's the truth, boy. Relax.
He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what the quantities on. He's just rocking. I love that he's just kind of like rocking back and forth.
This fucking pillow is getting in my way, but I don't want to. Yeah. Why is there a statute of limitations? I want to know if someone died in my house.
I know, so do I. But my mother bought a house in '73. The people that tell us that the husband fucking hung himself in the garage,
Oh,
right
God.
fucking deserted him. So it was the same shit. I used to hear that motherfucker come up the stairs.
It was terrifying me because he'd be at the firehouse and I could hear things on the stairs and like.
6 years I moved out of my house. I told my mother, I'm not letting these fucking spirits.
What would your mom do with the spirits? Did she try to clean them out? Because I was like
They burn.
sage and stuff. Because I asked somebody for what I should do, and they said holy water. So I was like, I don't know, I'm like a Jew, I don't know how to get holy water. But so I had to ask a Catholic to get me holy water. Will they give holy water to a Jew? Tell me the truth. They will? Okay.
Just go to church.
Just be like, I am racial
You
oath
can't
myself.
Just go to church with the cup and the holy. I don't know what the fuck.
Really? Oh, so there's just like a little bath there? I know nothing.
Please bless us and everything. That's
Yeah.
bullshit, too. You gotta have holy water. It's fucking,
Really, it's just anything.
you know. I mean, these fucking
That's
priests.
when you get it. You just dip your like sponge or something. I didn't know that.
Out right now, yelling stuff at it. You
You don't have to go to church. You have to like do it and then decide it off.
This one I always mess up and I try it.
Yeah.
But
Don't
I'm
worry
just
about it. Don't worry about it. Don't be.
such an idiot. But there's a second one, right? Isn't there this one?
Yeah. Yeah.
That one's cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a quick one.
Yeah.
That's for like Catholics in a rush.
Yeah.
Ain't got time to fucking.
I wanted to be Catholic so bad when I was
It's
little.
overrated.
It
It's
just
the
seems so
Yankees.
cool.
That's
Really?
Yes,
Wasn't it
they're
cool?
overrated.
being Christian, being all like
Yeah.
Christian is so much better than Jewish. It looks better, but A, Christmas is better. B, we had. Did you ever have to like go to like the high holidays when everyone else had the day off from school?
Yes. It was.
The microphone's gone.
I love how many times you had to do it for me. I just look like such a dumb hole right now. Like all the men have to help me with the microphone. Like,
But no, it's not fun being Jewish. Now it's fucking.
yeah, now it's
mad
something a little dicey. But I will say, but Catholics, yeah, they give me a hard time. If I get the craziest DMs, I'll be like, I swear to God, I'll just be promoting a show and somebody called me an oven magnet. I'm like, can you promote a show in Tampa? I've been called a goddamn oven magnet? Also, oven magnet is, I guess it's just some derogatory term for Jews, but it's particularly hilarious because it's like this person's obviously not a Holocaust denier because they acknowledge that we went to the ovens, but like by calling us oven magnets, they're kind of acting like we just couldn't get enough of the ovens, like we just gravitated towards them or something. Oven magnet is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
We did a week, like the first night Saturday. And we're talking about some of the Jews came out. And I told my daughter, well, you know, listen, my world, when I read that, I still remember being like, what, in the 5th grade, 6th grade, when you hear about the Holocaust, it bothered me. Like, it just bothered me. Then I think about the American Indian, they did to them. That's why I told my daughter, I go, listen, in my world, the Indians could do whatever the fuck they want. And the Jews could do whatever the fuck they want. They could shoot as many people, Hamas, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, go. Because they got thrown to the wolves. And for years, I was like, nobody stuck up to it. Nobody went over there with a fucking missile and dropped it on a fucking German. What the fuck was going on?
Oh yeah, nobody did that.
That's the
Nobody
sickest
dropped
thing.
them.
I've never done I mean, I'll torture him with Auschwitz jokes and shit. But on stage, I don't make make an Auschwitz joke, and I won't make an abortion joke.
Right.
Two things.
Why
everything.
abortion? What is it about abortion that makes you just say
Just
you don't want to do it? Yeah.
You're gonna cringe a woman, And she had an abortion. She with a Chinese guy with one leg, and she's,
I was like so touched, and that was a hilarious thing to follow. But I was sensitive, but really. Sure, that was your line of what you felt uncomfortable with. Yeah.
Abortion joke. I mean, I made fun of Catholics all day. No abortion jokes and no Holocaust jokes. It just.
Do you know what I was jealous of with Catholics confessing? Like, I was just like, it seems so satisfying to just go and confess everything, and then you're just done with it. Did you like confessing, or was it like?
Yeah, but if I knew what I knew now, I'd go in there and make up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really got going. I killed 2 people in the fucking 7th grade last week just to make them repay for shit. Like, you gotta lie to the motherfucker. As I got older, I'm like, I never did that as a kid because I was always very. When I was as a kid, I believed that.
Yeah.
I go in there and tell them, "Studio, I shoplift." You listen to your mother, you look at a Playboy magazine or something.
Would you have like your worst thing you did, but then you would just say, like, would you say the real things that you did, or would you have like, I heard that Catholics have like they have like the foil thing they say, and not the real stuff. But yeah, instead of saying I killed a prostitute, they're just like, I didn't listen to my mom or something.
That was like, the guy.
Yeah.
And then one day I'm like, fuck him. What I gotta tell him my shit for? You better tell me some fucking stories of what you did. I'll tell you where the fuck I'm coming
That's
from.
a good point, actually.
After a while, I was like, wait a minute. Then now I'm like, fuck, I wish I'd go there now and tell him, like, listen, I'm the one that's killing all the women in New York City.
That is the funniest idea ever. That would be a great sketch to just go in and start into different murders. Just like, yeah, I killed a few prostitutes, a few Coens, but besides that, it's been a solid week,
Let's text his moral fucking whatever.
Yeah.
You fucking watch it and call 911.
But it just seemed like a very cleansing and neat thing. And I hear a lot of Catholics, they have bad memories associated with confessing. But for me, it was like, I used to make my brother hold up the sheet and stuff, and so I would confess in between. It just seemed like very satisfying. You just get rid of everything bad you did and start all over again with more filth the following week, right?
Well, that's what it wasn't that much.
Right.
To tell at that age, there wasn't much. When I was really into it,
But aren't you supposed to say, like, I took the Lord's name in vain? Like, that's... And now you're talking about murders?
That's every day. That's right. Like goddamn or something like that. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
No, I was never really... I just took it as I was raised really Catholic. Like, that's what... To a certain age, it still fucks with me.
Like the guilt. The guilt. The guilt, yeah.
And then Cuba is a Catholic fucking country.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Thursday nights when most kids, what's that week? Holy Week? My week ended on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Thursday, there's no music, there's no TV. Friday, there's no music, there's no TV. Till fucking Saturday.
Wait, is this just like the...
No TV, no music. That torture you.
Yeah.
When you're ready, like, fuck Jesus.
No,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? I'm missing Batman like a motherfucker. Because Jesus died. That's what it is.
Well, you went to boarding school.
Yeah. I went to
Boarding school.
Yeah.
Was that traumatizing?
Traumatizing.
Like, the boarding school sounds terrifying to me.
If it was just regular boarding school, like military or something, it would have been so bad.
Do you think that if you didn't go to boarding school, I mean, obviously you're an incredible comic, but do you think if you didn't go to boarding school, you would have been traumatized enough to be a comic?
I'm traumatized by just the life of a living. That's why my mom put me in boarding school, so I have to see the shit.
Right.
Those animals were fucking living through.
So she did it to protect you.
Yeah, because there was a lot of shit going on there. So when I came out, and I still stuck to the rules. But once I smoked pot, I'm like, sorry, God, it ain't gonna work. I listened to your book, I read it. I mean, I'm the type of guy that if I go to church, even now, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, I get really sad. Like, I cry in church. And I, like, wipe the tears. That's why I couldn't get high and go to church, because I get so fucking depressed.
Yeah.
In church, just seeing the 12 sides. Please stop yawning.
I'm not yawning, I'm about to puke.
Are you?
Are you really?
No, I'm okay. It was 2 more grams and mushrooms.
That's not in the middle of the
No, I'm willing to do
Give
that.
me a bucket.
Yeah, have some water.
I'm good.
You need to drink. You're not drinking enough. Have some water and have like an Advil or something. And you need a little sip, like a bar or something. I don't know. You need a little something.
Bullshit. He was happy, meatball jumping up and down. really weird how it was just traumatizing how the nuns treated us. Like that wouldn't have been accepted today. So we put it was the 70s.
Yeah.
That's what your parents wanted. A nun to bat you in the head. Make sure you ate all your string beans. I fucking hated string beans. So they would beat me for that. Not eating string beans. Like, what the fuck?
Can you imagine? I mean, what level of heightened twat do you have to beat a kid for not eating string
When they
beans?
fucking turn that ring around and give you backhands and shit.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it was not fucking. Now I go to church and it's like, and even the same church that I grew up in, they got a gay saying that, what the fuck?
Do you,
8 in the morning with a scarf around his neck.
what
The fuck is he doing singing?
are you know what the gay guy to say?
I don't mind if he's singing, but what's he doing at 7 in the morning? He should be somewhere stitching up his asshole from the night before. If he's a real gay guy, you know, he should be with the same Bernard.
If he's real. But what are the stations? I know I should know these things, but what are the stations?
Like, it's like what happened on Thursday. They came together, and then they take him to the judge, Pontius judged him.
Oh, I thought it was like levels of sin. How dumb is that? I thought it was like, oh, if you get a hand job, that's a different station.
Well, they don't tell us. Like, I was telling Joey last week. It was what's that? Was before Easter with the on the forehead?
Yeah,
Ash Wednesday. I grew up in Massachusetts and around a lot of Catholics, but they didn't take off from school to do it. And I'm Jewish. I went to school in Boston. I was 19 years old before. Like, I was walking around being like, why does everyone have dirty stuff on their head?
I would think that too. I didn't know. One time I got a babysitter and she was very religious and she was like, oh, do you mind if I give your kid she was going to bring my kid to church and it was Ash Wednesday and I was like, oh, and then she smeared my kid. Of course she is. She put the shorts on my girl.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for you. You ready? Alright. How many we playing? What are you saying? It's about 2 o'clock? We're going to finish it. We've got to protect it. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Alright, how about this? We play until you win one and I win. It's something. Get it. Come on. Oh, get it. Oh, I got it. Very fortunate. Very fortunate. Oh, go. Get it. Ooh. Number 2. You got it. Good spin. Good. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Nice strikes. Big comeback. Hit another one. 2 in a row. Unstoppable. Hit another one. 3 in a row. Nice Aquarius. That's known as a turkey. Well, no one's touched you today. No, you got nice, Jim. That's right. That's right. That was pushing to the limit. That's right. That was wonderful. That was a privilege just for what? Absolutely. Probably would have more. Get it. Wow, you're playing lights out. There you go. Get these. Get it. 2 in a row. Get it. Get it. Oh, I can't believe it. 2 strikes and butter roll. Really? Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Absolutely. All right, Mr. Ferris, that was fun. I'm here to protect you from all the lightning and thunder, so feel free to get comfortable. And if you need anything, I'm here for you, okay? Love you too. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Sweet dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was like, I didn't, but also I kind of feel like that's a second question. I was like, sure, you can bring her to church, but she didn't ask if she could schmutz on her. But she did. But it's okay because I like Catholics.
Deal.
Yeah.
I believe, I really do. And today I really believe because who else would give me a fucking baby at 50 years old?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just to get everything out. Like, when I sit there and look at it, I go, what the fuck?
Yeah.
This just didn't come from
Well,
somebody who I was hurt.
yeah.
So,
And then did you feel like you started over when you had the baby? Like you're like,
no, I go to church now and I'm like, I ain't doing this shit. Fuck you.
look at me, Diane swear over here with my dumb question. Did you feel like that was a turning over? Like, shut up. Yeah, it's like I didn't go to college and look at me interviewing him. Like, and was that your kid?
There's so many things that bother me about churches because they're not even real.
Yeah.
And my wife said something. She goes, one day your daughter got sick in church. Nobody turned down. I'm like, fuck that place. I'm not going back there again.
Yeah, no, that's
But she even tried her religion, that country shit. You know, they stand around. I don't fucking know. And she was like, those people are fucking weird too.
Wait, like Quaker? What country? Like Baptist, as like the talking in tongues and all that.
It gets a heart attack. Like, you know,
Yeah.
whatever.
No, that is hilarious. The talking in tongues stuff is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Do you think that when people are doing that, like that they're fully experiencing it, like that, or that they think they are, or do you think people go in there and just like fake it to get people off their backs?
They fake it. It's like
Right.
when you see people healed, and also the guy's playing the drums. He's been the whole 5 years in a coma, and also this fucking charlatan comes over, hits him with the Bible with his hands up, and he's singing dance tunes and shit.
It also just seems like exhausting. Like it's exhausting enough to have to get up and sit down. I don't know if that's true in church and temple, right? You always have to stand up and sit down. That enough is annoying enough. Imagine if you had to just go around like chirping and screaming and all manner of nonsense.
What Jesus would want a fucking fat nun to smack a kid?
Yeah, no.
Like I started thinking like that. Like, what Jesus? Jesus told you to smack me, little fat fucker.
No, that's insane. Is your wife religious?
She was.
Also, I feel like there's a difference between church and religion. Like, I feel like there is, I mean, I do think a lot of the evil shit happens in
turned off at the church, and I got to be honest with you. I was like, you know what am I going to do? I go, you know what? I don't know if you know this. You Catholic, right? If you don't go to church on Sundays, it's a mortal sin.
Mm.
And if you kill your wife, it's a mortal sin. And I mean, like, there were so many gaps in it that I didn't like. Like, we got to rewrite this motherfucker.
Yeah, and it's the same level of sin as missing church and killing your wife.
Like, now the church says you don't have to eat fish on Friday. I don't give shit up to you, because I know I'm going to feel tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I won't eat fish the whole Lent. How's that? We'll make a deal. I won't eat fish on Friday. I'll make sure I'll just eat fish on Friday. That's the most I can give you.
Yeah.
You say, I'm giving up chocolate. I'm giving up espresso martinis. No. I don't even drink espresso martinis.
You want to keep your options open.
Yeah, you want to keep your options open.
But that's crazy that it's the same.
Fuck during Trump. Good. Let's see how that works out for you, you fucking. Nobody ever wanted to fuck you anyway. And now you can make it easier for yourself now.
It is funny when a woman will take herself off the table and everyone's like, we were set. Yeah.
You know, it's just, religion is great to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to ask the people, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
So religion is me coming in here and giving me half of my salary. What fucking religion is that?
Right.
You're supposed to give me something. I know you want me to keep the light turned on. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. But meanwhile, you drive a Cadillac or a BMW. No, that's why I don't donate to causes. I'd rather give somebody the cash.
Then directly, so you actually know where it's going.
Even the American Heart Association, and 2 people driving fucking cigarettes, whatever. You know, the 2 presidents are driving Bentleys, and everybody else gets. When you donate, if you read the fine print, they're only supposed to get like 17%, and the rest is there. What do they call it? Administrative. Well, fuck, how many administrators you got?
Yeah, I'm a little suspicious about that too.
Phil donated $20. Fine. That's the shit that pissed me off. So something happens like the fires. Let me tell you something. They've had so many benefits for this LA fire, for these LA fires. And the best is with 3 comics that don't draw, and the proceeds go to the fucking fire. Listen, they're never going to build a house if you keep doing shows.
Well, also, I don't understand why they don't go. I feel like people should put them right to the victims and their GoFundMes and their. But then, like, some stuff where they're like, oh, we've got free skincare. I'm like, they need a fucking house, bitch. They don't need powder. Yeah, like, I'll be like, oh, free spray tents for anyone who was affected by the fires.
And prove me wrong. New Orleans, Katrina. That man went to jail for 10 fucking years for dipping into all that money. It's just, guys, they steal everything.
You can always tell by like how pretentious somebody is by what they decided to give during the fires.
Of course, people have a benefit to come up to their homes, like to support them. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. My wife said that to me one time, but you should do it. No. Get them out of here.
Wait, like in the home?
Yeah, like when those people do their presentations, when they come over.
Sell Tupperware?
No, that stupid shit. Like, even the mayor this year. The fucking guy wants 2,000 to go to this party. Like, who the fuck are you? 2,000?
Fuck out of
Come 2,000. You know what 5 Chinese women would do to me? Sticky hands. Do you have any idea what I can do for $5,000, for $2,000?
I don't. I want you to explain it.
Well, it's a nice time, trust me.
How many hand jobs can you get for $5,000, Papa?
I don't want a hand job.
You ain't giving bedtime story just like
I'm dying. I love all that shit. Take a minute here. Somebody has to pee to throw up.
I know he is unwell. Do you have any idea what state you're in right now?
You should have that. We want to talk to you about a few sponsors. We'll be right back, Toxic Smokers. What's happening, beautiful people? The church is brought to you by Nicotine Pouches. They've taken nicotine pouches to a whole new level. They use the best ingredients, none of that cheap stuff. You know what I'm saying? These pouches are made with natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp. So you're getting a smoother experience that won't hurt your gums. Thank God for that. I love this strawberry watermelon. Just do me a favor, Nick. Make it a little bigger over here so I can see what flavors I got. Every week I gotta look into these things. Nick, this gigantic. This is all. I love the strawberry watermelon. So you can hit the sweet spot, whether it's 3 milligrams, 6 milligrams, or 12 milligrams. If you want to see the devil, go with 12. With a range of flavored and unflavored options, you can choose your own adventure. You know what I'm saying? It's time to upgrade to nicotine pouches, just like your Uncle Joey. Right now, church listeners get 35% off when you order through our exclusive URL. That's nickpouches.com/church, CHURCH. If you're not Chinese, you didn't win the spelling contest, so I know you're going to have time with that. So it's nickpouches.com/church, and you can use this code for up to 3 times. That's how good of a company Nick is. Don't wait. Get 35% off now. nickpouches.com/church, and check out the church bundle with my favorite flavors, all right? Nick products are only for adults and legal age, and every order is age verified. Don't even think about it, you sneaky bastard. This product contains nicotine, and nicotine is a very addictive chemical. 2025 is off to a busy start. You don't have time to worry about nutrition. You need Factor. Factor makes mealtime simple with fresh, fully prepared meals that you just eat and eat up like a sandwich. Whether you want to pop them in the microwave for 2 minutes or heat them up on a skillet, you're saving tons of time. I love the ravioli, and then they have this one with 4 chicken legs that have like broccoli cream on them. Delicious. Listen, Factor has 8 dietary preferences, so no matter what your lifestyle looks like, they have something for you. It was easy. I went on the site. They asked me what I wanted, high protein, blah, blah, blah. It's easy to get started. FactorMeals.com/Factor Podcast and use code Factor Podcast to get 50% off your first box plus shipping. You ready? That's code Factor Podcast at FactorMeals.com/Factor Podcast to get 50% off plus free shipping on your first month. I ain't saying Flash Podcast no more. Enough. I don't know. Factor Podcast. What's going on here? Anyway, I feel good when I eat the food. The chicken legs are tremendous, and you'll enjoy them too. So, back to the show. Thank you for supporting the church, New Testament. What's happening, beautiful people? We're back. We're back from the break. Now we're back with the beautiful Rachel Feinstein. What else?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Oh, God, it's good to be here. I bombed so bad once near here. In the middle of my show, this guy just stood up. I think it was in high school. I don't remember the name of it. This guy said I was wearing overalls, and he just goes, "Get off the stage, Super Mario Brothers!" I threw those overalls in the trash after. You're just like, ugh.
You were talking about in your special, somebody threw a piece of pizza at you?
Yes, I've had snacks thrown at me. I've had bottles. Somebody threw me a note that told me to go back to the kitchen. I feel like at that time, if they had seen me in the kitchen, they wouldn't have wanted me to return there. But yeah, I've had a lot of things hurled at me on stage.
Someone threw pepperoni at me once, and that's
Really?
Yeah.
Pepperoni?
Yeah, it was at the dojo in LA. I made a bad joke about her being transgender. But she was, if you know the LA comedy scene at the time, she's beautiful. She came to all the to every
Was she really a woman, or was she?
No, originally she was born a man, but she was hot. And I made it, the other comments were fucking with her. I was like a year in stand-up, and I said, like, you ladies are fucking up. The hottest girl in here has a dick. And the audience loved it. She didn't think it was that funny. She
threw pepperoni.
Yeah, she called me, I was about 100 plus pounds heavier too, so she called me, what's the guy from Always Sunny?
Somebody threw a soft taco at me.
Yeah, Danny DeVito.
It was a taco, though. It wasn't pizza. It was a soft taco. But
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
there's kind of a sadness to the way a taco sort of falls off your tittage, though. It was sort of a dumb moment. But I definitely had a lot of things hurled at me before.
I can't believe that people throw shit out of bugs. I can't believe that shit. You know, that, and since I started comedy, I thought women were funny. I've always thought women were funny. I mean, I grew up with Lucy fucking Ball.
Yeah.
And the other chick, I always thought women were funny. And for years, people kept saying that idiot. I got fired from Letterman for saying women
Oh,
were funny.